The United States is in a state of security and surprise.
We fear this. We fear that they have something out that majority of the people don't know about.
Olan tüm halkların hakları gibi haklar. Ne aşağı ne yukarı, ne fazla ne az.
Pent-up feelings that may result from decades of repression and people who've had members of their family killed by that regime.
A lot of killers. Get a lot of killers. Why you think our country's so innocent?
But I won't attack it because someone fixed me on. I don't let anybody use me to fight their battles.
Welcome to Varn Vlog, where we don't let anyone use us to fight our battles. Well, at least I don't. I can't speak for everybody else. Today we got Dave Stockdale on from Nightmare Masterclass. You, Dave, were my first ever YouTube guest on my own channel.
Is that right?
Yep. And we came on and talked about folk horror, but actually didn't. It was a 4-hour stream that I've released like an hour of to the public.
Yeah, and I was recently looking at that. I can't believe that was over a year ago, almost like a year and a half ago at this point.
Yeah, I was actually. So this project is, I'm saying it's a year old. It's actually older than that, but I didn't really brand it or make a Patreon or hire an editor or any of that for like 3 months.
It's a soft launch.
Yeah, so March of last year, I got really bored when I took a break from working for Zero Books before Doug Lane's crew got unceremoniously deposed in a buyout. I was bored and started doing these vlogs a la Christmas style, which were stream of conscious rants. And then I invited you and Doug and Green and some other people who I had actually recorded, I believe, originally as supplements for the Zero Books channel, and it wasn't ever released. So I just released it here. People liked them, asked me to do more. My friend Jeremy of Giving the Mic to the One Person podcast said, take the audio and put it up because people get tired of listening to YouTube. And a podcast was born. And here we are. And, you know, it's good because I no longer have anything to do with Pop the Left or Sublation Media. So,
well, thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, we're kind of going through a lot of the greatest hits. And I feel like your original, you know, 4.5 hour stream of conscious conversation about folk horror wasn't well received yet because this channel had like 20 subscribers when we did that, and now I have, you know, on average podcast gets between 700 and 1,000 downloads, and you know, an episode gets about 2,000 views.
Not bad.
And I have 300 patrons, so. Or close to that, like 270 something patrons. So we're doing okay, and
done pretty well for yourself, Varn.
Yeah, particularly since I'm very bad at everything that you're supposed to do on YouTube and podcasting. Like I never remember to tell people to like and subscribe and hit the stupid fucking bell or any of that stuff. You're better at it than me. Like you actually have production value.
I script my videos, or I would forget to.
I have never scripted anything in my life, which is sadly, actually, it's not true. There is one episode of, what was it? Not Nailing It Down. Oh, Theorizing with a Hammer on the history of the Frankfurt School that I scripted. And it was so cut to shit when it was actually released. And I sounded like I was reading from a teleprompter that I never did again. I do take notes for people who wonder, like I actually do when I go on a rant. I write down like a page of notes with all the key facts and try to look them up.
Yeah, it seems
ahead
like
of
you have a
time.
loose outline of what you're
Yeah,
where you're going.
but I don't script shit. I've tried. People have been like, "Well, just turn your rants into essays and we'll publish them." And I'm like, I don't write them.
I think it works better. It works better as a video.
Oh yeah. Essay writing is something that I do, but
You did an essay on the Zero Books thing. I remember I saw that.
I wrote a letter, yeah.
You wrote
Because
something about it, yeah.
yeah, I was asked to actually because I saw a lot of misstatements by a bunch of people about what actually happened on both sides of that ledger. And Doug was being quiet at the time. And Doug Lane, for those of you who don't know my prior history of Sublation Media, Diet Soap, Pop the Left. And for people who wonder, yes, that is a Pop the Left is was a co-branded thing that we came up with. The original Pop the Left was me, this guy who ended up becoming a far rightist named Nick Bale, and Doug Lane. We revived it. I think it lasted from 2011 to 2014 with one episode in 2015 that was released. There was only like 8 episodes. My friend of the Radical Thoughts podcast actually has like transcribed them all. And we went back and reread them. And we were going to turn it into a book. And then we were like, none of this is relevant now. Like, it was one of those things. Like we were still talking about like the Murray Bookchin, Bob Black, Trotskyist debates and shit. Like it was just like,
that sounds vaguely familiar.
You have to have been in the left in the 90s.
I mean, I know who Bob Black is.
Right.
I know who Bookchin is, but
yeah, Bob Black was my Facebook friend for several years and insulted me because I was too Stalinist. Because one time I told them that there was social hierarchy amongst some non-immediate return hunter-gatherer groups. That's a true story. This is very gossipy today. I'm pretty.
I was just gonna say I think that's just pretty firmly established, isn't it?
Yeah. Bob Black was always trying to have his cake and eat it too with primitivism. You know, he wrote all those books defending it, but would never claim to be one.
Yeah.
And I guess it's appropriate to talk about this because Bob Black was really repping the Hiking Bay side of the anarchist movement in the 90s. You know, the original post-leftist, arguably the cooler ones. Although when we talk about what Hiking Bay was later known for, you know, which is what is it, endorsing pedophilia, I believe. At least that's how it's always characterized on the internet. I've actually not read the original accusations.
Well, that would not be unique amongst various leftists, usually intellectuals.
Well, it was a big thing in the 70s, but for most of the people who endorsed it in the 70s, it really was related to the way that police would use statutory laws and aggregated sodomy laws to criminalize particularly homosexual relations amongst teenagers and send both parties to jail. Like that's really what prompted that. That's the historical context for that. But then there are groups like the Spartacus League who never dropped it.
Right.
So, you know, we're just being chatty today, and we're being chatty because I actually came into this really depressed because today, which is May 24th, 2022, I've been reading reports about the coming food crisis, and while I was doing that and doing research into, you know, economic writers on that because they're more reliable than the popular press, and usually actually explain things better, which is sad. I also, unfortunately, got the news that there was a school shooting in Texas.
Yeah.
And so I'm totally expecting in the next 5 minutes to get the depressing Nancy Pelosi asking me for money so we can pass common sense gun control reform, this, that,
Right.
and the other.
With her zombified face.
Yeah.
I just can't. I was in a good mood today until I heard that, and it's sickening. And there are probably people who are making more salient points than I could make, but
I'm not going to talk about it today because my
yeah.
stance on all this usually makes people quite angry.
Yeah, now's not the time.
Yeah, it really isn't. And not that people shouldn't politicize this, but I mean,
Of course they should.
But I don't think either the mental health nor the gun control nor the hero with a gun, because they shot this guy, he's dead.
Yeah.
Didn't stop it. Maybe stopped it from being worse. Who knows? And we don't know if he attained his guns legally. We don't know enough about the situation to make any real salient points yet. And not that it'll fucking matter. So it's, I don't know. These things are always super fucking depressing. And so now I'm bringing it up. I'm now re-depressing myself from the gossipy mood we began with.
The country is a boiling tea kettle filled with guns. And if
the
you
world is
it,
a boiling tea kettle filled with guns.
Yeah. But in particular, the United States is pretty bad.
Oh, yeah. There's more guns here than people, which is a true fact.
If you outlawed guns tomorrow, which you're not going to do,
you would have to get them somehow.
Yeah.
I mean,
we would still have all the guns that people have. I have a gun. And it's just not going to happen. There's no, Congress is not going to do anything about this.
No, they're not. I mean, and I don't know. I always point out that, like, if you're going to do gun control, you have to do a whole lot of other stuff too. And when liberals talk about it, they don't mention that, say, most of South America has the same gun laws as Europe, and they don't work. European gun laws work because of relative social safety nets. And in places like the UK and Russia, the UK doesn't have the high murder rate, but it has a super high violent crime rate. And Russia has a higher murder rate than the US, with no fucking guns. Like, it's everybody just knifing each other to death. So, I mean, and I don't say that to do sacred cow things, because I don't know the answer to this. To me, this is a sign of, like, a society really truly is in decay.
Yes.
And
sick. We're sick.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know what to do with a whole lot of very lonely, alienated people for 1,000 different reasons, whether they be ideological, psychological. I remember the rash of incel killings. In fact, today, what really depresses me is this morning, Dave, I literally made a Facebook post because someone was talking about, like, the racial stats on mass shooters. And I said, look, since 1982, there's been 132 non-organized crime related mass shootings. Now, if you include organized crime, that, like, quadruples or something, it goes up.
Of course.
But most of that 100's been in the last 10 years. Lately, it feels like since COVID, it feels like there's one every 2 months. It's actually, people aren't, when I first started teaching, I felt like the students were getting traumatized by it. Not by just the amount, but also, like, the drills we did.
Yes.
And all that. And
it's terrifying.
And yeah, it is terrifying, particularly when I, like, look at the stats and how, like, I mean, even as bad as it is, it's still, like, statistically pretty unlikely to happen. But But I also think like
I
those
remember
drills
being a
are
kid.
also not effective. Like they would not work.
I remember being a kid, and we didn't do drills like that because the only major shooting that had happened at that time was Columbine. But I remember doing like tornado drills and being scared by that and being like, is a tornado going to come through here?
Yeah, those also wouldn't work because what you were doing
Right.
actually was bending your back in such a way that you would likely snap your neck.
Good to know. But I remember that scaring me.
I'm old enough that we did bomb drills when I was in elementary school for
Yeah, I
the
can't
Cold
even-
War. And it was like,
That's a whole other thing.
it's like, oh, say, we're not hiding under a desk if a nuke hits us. Like, lovely. Now, admittedly, I'm only 41. Like, this was like a very small portion of my childhood, but it tells you something because I've been like 5 and I still remember it. Right?
Maybe they'll
like,
start doing them again with this whole Russia thing.
Who knows? So this is a very unstructured conversation. So you're a cultural commentator. I am.
I suppose.
What would people classify me as? A professional blowhard and teacher? Like, I don't know what I don't really comment on culture as much as I used to, actually. But
Yeah, I don't know. Pundit doesn't seem to work.
no, if someone calls me a pundit,
That's an insult. Yeah.
And I'm not, like, what am I punditing? I kind of want all parties in the United States to go up in flames. Like, whose side am I on? Like, I guess, like, nominally, I would, like, I don't even know that anymore, though. Like, I was looking at things today. So finally, Biden's relaxed sanctions on Cuba and Venezuela, probably to pull them away from the Russian orbit. Actually, it's exactly what that's for.
Makes sense. Is it reversing everything Obama did, or is it just partial? Like
I think with Cuba, it's not even going back to the Obama Cuba policy.
That's what I meant.
And in the case of Venezuela, it's like slightly improved relations. A lot of sanctions were dropped. Partly probably to get Venezuelan oil. Like, let's be completely cynical about this. However, when you set aside the geopolitics and the geopolitical realignment of all that, what you find is, even though inflation's been bad, and I don't know that these neoliberal answers would entirely work, but the tariffs on China and the immigration restrictions that were done by executive order have not been reversed. And, most neoliberal economists think it would drop inflation by about 1%, which is still not fucking much, but like it would do something.
It really depends, right? It depends on whether you think it's mainly a function of supply chain issues or whether you think it's the Fed pumping, money into the economy.
Well, the QE was a market action, but the market action created a psychological effect amongst investors that made them feel like they would be taken care of. That is now gone. Mm-hmm. I have been pointing out to people, and I get pushback from MMTers on this. I get a lot of pushback from MMTers on this, but I think this is just objectively true, that since the era of QE, the shift of the last 40 years have been a shift from productive to speculative economy that began in the 70s. But since quantitative easing was just a default assumption, you saw all these venture capital tech stocks be where all this excess currency was being pushed as a way to get quick investment. As that started to dry up, in the last 5 or 6 years, you saw it being pushed more and more into a protected, it was protected by federal policy, housing market. And you then saw it go into real weird bullshit like Bitcoin speculation, wild pump and duck stock speculation, like, the weird, people may forget this, but the weird GameStop debacle.
Right.
And then NFTs. Well, what I've been looking at is net profits in the economy and then trying to disaggregate that. And it's really hard to do, from profits that are from rents and profits that are from production. And by profits on production, I do not mean speculative profits on production. So I do not mean the fiscalization of those companies and their stock assets. I mean the actual net income cleared per unit. And that's important in the productive sector of the economy. And the best I can tell, and it's really hard to figure out these stats because they're not kept this way. But if you look at the area where there's been like very little growth, even in stock prices, as kind of a tell for this, and where all the stock buybacks seem to be like forms of hoarding. So the stock buybacks are how people are making a lot of personal income and a lot of immediate profits for themselves, but the companies they're buying stocks back aren't necessarily super profitable. What you start to see is if you make something or move something right now, you were hurting until COVID. And then during COVID, it was just if you move stuff that you had a real good time of it. If you provide digital services or something attached to a rent, you've been making gangbusters. But the issue is that despite all the people who try to push to the contrary, the evidence seems to be that if your real productive economy starts to show the real cracks, and now we're seeing it, baby formula, world food crisis, not so bad in the United States, although it's misallocated as fuck. Like 40, we grow, so per acre, I was literally watching the stats on this earlier today when I found out about the Texas shooting. Per acre in the United States, we grow enough corn calories to feed 15 people per acre. We can feed our population twice over with that corn. But you know what we do with it? 40% of it goes into ethanol. And and I think something like the remaining 55% goes into meat, which feeds 3 people per acre.
Much less. Yeah.
And thus we've relied on Ukrainian and Russian grain to kind of make up the difference in the world market. And, we can produce enough grain for ourselves, not just in corn. I mean, we can, but we don't. Now you mix that with a couple other things. Basically 4 food companies do all food transportation around the whole fucking planet. And the most fertile fields in Eurasia are currently being pelted with unexploded ordnance.
Yeah. Yeah, looking grim. It's going to be really bad for countries like...
It's North Africa's fucked.
Ethiopia?
Yeah, I mean, you think about it this way. Okay, so I know this because I lived in Egypt, right? Egypt used to be the breadbasket for the entire African continent and most of Europe, most of Western Europe. In the 1990s, it became it went from being a net food exporter to a net food importer. But it is, however, where a lot of the food for East and Southern Africa is finished, because they have all that infrastructure from the 50s that they use to process grain. So if Egypt hurts, even though, it's a net food importer, it's not just hurting itself. That means a lot of that grain isn't getting finished for food processing for East and South Africa. Not for deep South Africa, but like more southern. So Ethiopia's fucked. Senegal's fucked. Libya is pretty much always fucked. Like Egypt itself is fucked. Now, could Egypt turn back and go back to its food production capacity in the like pre-1970s level? No, actually it can't. too much of that land has been turned into housing.
The long-term geopolitical consequences of this are totally unpredictable because you're going to have a lot of desperate people in a lot of different regions.
And then climate change.
Yeah.
I mean, I was reading today that like parts of India are now so hot around the equator that like eagles are falling out of the sky. Now it's cool here in the West. We're having weird weather out here. January is like cool like it was in the 90s, apparently, talking to people here and looking at the stats. But we have so little snow during the winter that that even though we've had a wet spring, we're still in kind of severe drought. So weather and someone was like, El Nino looks to be here to stay, and even though it means cooler summers, it's not leading to the moisture that's needed, and the ground also doesn't really have the capacity to absorb it all. If it's in the form of rain, we need snow melt. So shit be fucked. And yeah. And I mean, I think about all the liberal do-gooderism we've had in the past decade and a half. People are bringing up ethanol. You know, we talked about ethanol and corn, right? 40% of our corn. By the way, when we switched to producing ethanol and corn, that's the last time the world had a food crisis. In 2007, 2008, it hit at the same time as a global recession. China basically saved the planet from starvation in some places. And so what are you going to do, right? Like, that's pretty grim. You have the fact that Russia and India are holding back their grain exports. India needs it for itself and still might not have enough food. Plus, there's all these other complications. While India's, you know, in the denazification league with Russia, they're also in the Quad acting against China. Geopolitical alliances are not as they seem, and they're actually highly unstable between groups on one issue who seem to be aligned on another issue or not. And all sides have reasons for agitprop, particularly cheap agitprop by idiots on the internet who spread information without verifying it. And if you think only right-wingers and boomers do that, my leftist friends, y'all need to do some deep self-reflecting.
Yeah.
Like, I remember people talking to me about how, like, India and China were going to unify, and it was going to be, like, BRICS Part 2, and I'm like, that'll never fucking happen. like, particularly with Modi in charge of India, that's not happening.
I don't know enough about India to comment on that.
Yeah.
I've been listening to Mearsheimer, just old clips of Mearsheimer. Strangely, like, Tucker Carlson seems to be echoing a lot of what he's saying, you know, in his own reactionary way.
Yeah, but Tucker Carlson, okay, people forget, before he was everyone's favorite crypto racialist demagogue, Carlson was the anti-war conservative. In fact, I was just literally watching a weird debate between him and Eric Alterman when he was like in 2005. Where he was granting all these anti-war premises. He also went on this long rant about you know, conspiracy theories that he saw in Egypt of a failing society, which always amuses me, and I bring it up because I'm like, yeah, he knows what he's doing. But I think what's interesting about him is, aside from his war hawkishness with China, which I don't know if he actually really wants that war. I don't think he actually does.
I think he wants the United States to strongly pivot its posture to address China more so than any other geopolitical entity, which is what Mearsheimer wants too.
Correct.
He goes on and on about how China's going to eat our lunch.
What's interesting about that, though, is you have to deal with the fact that the geostrategic interest of both Russia and which Tucker does want us to make a stronger allegiance with. There's a minority group of conservatives who do. It is a minority. I mean, the neocons are still the majority, but Tucker being one of these, kinds of people is interesting, right? People will say it's Russiagate. I don't, and like Putin's bought off. I don't want to sound. Too dismissive of liberals all the time, but on this one issue, I have always thought that some of the shenanigans in Russiagate was probably real, but that it never would have had any fucking effect on the actual outcome of the election. And if you actually looked at Trump's policies, he didn't like whatever rhetorical policy he took towards Putin, that they were still not doing what Russia actually wanted and the GOP during his tenure either. But I have people who sincerely believe. I work with a good liberal, and I won't mention where I work or who he is because I don't do that kind of thing. But who will lecture me all day about how he think Trump is the Putin parrot and like he was taking direct orders from the Kremlin, and it's
adorable.
Yeah, and I'm just like, but what it taught me. All right. He also thinks, he'd also try to defend Biden's presidency, but he comes from an upper middle class family. And I was like, yeah, you're economically isolated from the effects of the Democrats' failure. So
Bingo.
You can think that Blinken's steady state on geopolitics is like, the driving factor of Democratic success when like, they've failed on every domestic policy point except for a little bit of infrastructure spending that everyone's been trying to pass for a decade.
Yeah. And there's some people who just don't have the time and energy to lose to invest in the Democratic Party anymore.
Oh, yeah. Someone's correcting me and it was like it's La Nina, not El Nino.
Oh,
yeah, it is a difference, but yeah, it looks bad. So we've now spent. This is why the last time we did this was 30 minutes because it took us forever. I mean, for 4 hours and 30 minutes because it took us forever to actually get on topic. You and I get along.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I watch your channel. So I want to talk about. I'm not a cultural commentator. We talked about that earlier. I'm not really a pundit. I consider myself an educator and maybe a semi-professional crank. Because I am, often talking, from a standpoint of autodidact understanding that I try to confirm with actual experts. I don't just try to pull it out my ass. I'm always like, hey, expert, am I insane? That's usually like, if people haven't figured out, that's what a lot of my interviews are actually about.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to get someone who actually knows what they're talking about to tell me backdoor if I'm crazy or not. Or, but this is totally selfish way to go about doing internet entertainment, right? But there was like a decade of cultural commentary on YouTube. I think I remember the lead up to Gamergate being when I started really noticing it. And I called it like the para-academic problem back then. Like it was like, okay, so you have all these people with humanities degrees who couldn't get jobs. And they first went into blogs. And you know what killed blogs? It wasn't TikTok, my friends. It was Facebook monetizing its sharing algorithm. I literally used to do a literary magazine that was very successful until that changed. I saw the share stats drop to like a fifth overnight. I don't think people realize how much that changed the nature of the internet. That was a huge shift. So
That makes sense. I haven't thought about that, but
yep, and blogging died shortly thereafter.
R.I.P. the blogosphere.
Yeah, because also like, so if I share my own blog versus I share my own YouTube, weirdly, the algorithm on Facebook treats it differently. Now, Twitter treats everything not neutrally. You can pay for a boost, but
Right.
it doesn't suppress you in the same way, which is why Twitter's become so important for, sadly, journalists who don't have the money to do their actual jobs, so they just look on Twitter for stories. And so you add all that in. You add also, yes, Twitter, constant social media has dropped everyone's executive function. By the way, executive function though was dropping before the internet. TV kills it too. Any
TV, video games, yeah.
Any bright screen that talks at you with blue lights is bad for your executive function.
Exercise, meditation, you could kind of expand it a little bit, get it back, but you're fighting a losing battle.
You really are. Which is, by the way, why all your boomer grandparents who got on the internet and finally learned how to use YouTube all got seemingly really stupid. Because
they weren't doing great before that.
Right.
But that really was...
Yeah, they don't have any internet processing skills, and they suffer the same declines as young people do from the executive function. And they're more isolated. So
I really do count my blessings that I was in this. I grew up in this weird period where the internet was still not quite in its infancy, but still sort of this thing you could explore. And
the late 90s to like 2012 internet was actually a really awesome place.
And you primarily explored it using your PC. You weren't using a phone.
Right.
And
algorithms sucked, so they didn't fuck with things very much. You actually like had to find stuff.
Right. And if your computer broke, you had to do some troubleshooting. It wasn't just like a phone where it's disposable, you know? And I feel like...
Now we sound like boomers.
I know we do. But I'm genuinely concerned for children.
I became generally concerned for children when I came back abroad into the United States and started dealing with the fact that there really was an anxiety epidemic that was crippling.
Crippling.
Crippling. And there is a real suicide epidemic among teens. And you know what really worried me about it was when I first started seeing this in 2016, it was my leftist friends actually who told me I was just being a boomer. Like, they're like, it's not real. Like the suicide rate was artificially low in the 90s and the aughts, etc. and so forth. And I'm like, I don't think you're right. Like, yes, the suicide rate was lower in the 90s and the aughts because poverty wasn't as bad. Also, though, poverty doesn't cause people to kill people. It's a really complicated relationship between poverty and suicide. You will note people who are super poor are much less likely to kill themselves. But God, this is becoming a real morbid show, Dave.
Yeah. Well, we are living in morbid times.
That's true.
I have a pretty dark sense of humor, and I'm finding it hard to joke about personally.
Well, this year I have dealt with more students who receiving care for suicidal ideation than I have ever dealt with in my life. And it's been getting worse since I came. Every year that I've come back to America, it was getting worse, except for the first year of COVID, and then everyone was like, "Oh, it didn't cause this backlash. The conservatives are being full of shit." Right? That was how that first thing was reported. Well, it turns out, no one was keeping the stats, and parents weren't reporting it.
It just was being underreported. Yeah,
it was being underreported during the COVID lockdown. And a lot, like most teenage suicidal ideational attempts, are unsuccessful. All right, thank God. But
yeah,
it's been harrowing this year. Right, I'm very protective of it. You will never hear me talk about like my day job and any identifiable statistics, right? But it's been I'm really worried for these kids. And it's not, this has been a year where I can't predict what demographics is going to hit. It's not following normal trends here. I mean, in Utah, the trends are upper middle class, white, and if you're queer, double the likelihood, unfortunately, particularly in Utah, right? But this year it's been all over the place. Like, it's been in every racial demographic that I teach, and we've only had one situation where someone completed. I don't really know how to talk about this, right? Like the right words. Like I've been through several trainings, and it's never the words change.
It's all going to be euphemisms. Yeah. Anyway, so.
And it was a pretty brutal situation. But and I'll leave it at that because I don't want to give any identifying information. If I give more, you could maybe look this up. But it's just been getting to me. I don't talk about this much, but it's a lot of what I do is not talking to you weirdos. It's actually, my day job is teaching kids, and I have ideologically deflection foo. I know people don't realize this because I'm a rabid, fire-breathing leftist, but most conservative parents don't complain about me. Knock on wood.
Because you know what you're doing.
I know how to not phrase things.
Right.
I don't use certain phrases. And I don't waste time with certain trends. And unfortunately, I've been trying to talk to my more social justice inclined colleagues and be like, peeps, you got to drop your phrasing because it's big red flags right now. And you're going to end up on Liz or TikTok and you're going to lose your job.
Yep.
And it's like, and I'm not saying this because I want anybody silenced or, like I don't silence myself clearly, but you will notice I don't bring, except when talking about stuff like this increase in suicidal ideation, that I don't bring my job directly into this kind of stuff, and no one should. And vice versa. I actually don't try to, because also, like, let's ask ourselves a question. If your teacher tried to politicize you, wouldn't you think that teacher was lame as fuck?
Oh, yes. And I have a case study of just that happening. My high school economics teacher was a right-wing libertarian gold bug. And I always kind of liked him, but you could tell, and I also was going through a phase of kind of edgy, faux libertarian liberalism. At that time, I was watching like Penn and Teller, and flirting with that sort of thing. But I come from like a union family, so obviously they were mortified.
But if you would have been, if I know your age, and I think I do, you would have been in high school like when that was really cool in the aughts, right? Like
exactly.
Yeah.
This would have been around the time that like Bill Maher was like flirting with third party stuff.
Yeah,
you
Bill
know?
Maher seemed hit, and Penn Teller's bullshit was on TV,
Right.
like, and you could watch an educational show with a lot of unnecessary nudity.
Exactly.
This is before TV was so completely sexless like it is now. But
It is, yeah.
that's back, I think, probably because you still had to. It took Pornhub didn't exist or whatever. I don't know why TV got so sexless, but it's interesting, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't work. Like I had teachers like that. I had a teacher who was an old school, like Bircher conservative who taught my government class. Like,
That sounds
and-
more fun than a right-wing libertarian, honestly.
oh, he was fun, and then we had two. So we had like one super like I would say Richard Rorty liberal, not like a socialist, and then one socialist, and then one libertarian. At my school, you know, most of the history department were like highly politicized coaches, honestly. This probably speaks to a lot of people's experience in America. And then we had this. I was in a concurrent enrollment program that they sent the professor down to our school because we were rural, ex-urban, not really rural, in a poor part of Georgia. And this guy was the Richard Rorty liberal, and we would just get them all together and try to get them to fight. Like, it was really fun.
There's educational value in that.
Yeah, I mean, it was. And they were. It was at a time too. I mean, in the 90s, when people's identities were not as tied into their politics as they are now. It was beginning to happen. And so like these people would like still like go to cookouts and stuff together. Which I don't like. I'm of two minds about that. That whole trend. I don't want to sound like one of these Mother Ezra Klein types. He's always like, it was good when the parties weren't ideologically sorted and
even if it was,
along.
Even if it was, you cannot unring that bell right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the reasons why it's wrong have to do with social and material inputs, and by that I mean like what other identities do people have, and given that local politics is not covered in media and fewer people have the time to invest to discover it or participate in it themselves anyway, what other identities could they even have locally? Because that was the thing. Like locally, these people would often have to work together on certain projects, which is a good model. Like if you're in a union, weirdly, and if you're in a non-urban area, even a teachers union, right? It's PMC-ish as it is. Once you go to a union regional, you're going to have to deal with people who have opposed political ideologies with you, but might have similar interests, and work with them. And I do. I mean, I'm an AR rep. It's something I know people always comment like, how do you have time to deal with this? And frankly, I don't know either. I don't know how my partner like has stayed with me, frankly, but you do have to deal with some of these issues on a local level. And unless you're in a union or a very big non-ideologically sorted church, most people no longer have to interact with people who significantly, well, that's not true. Most people do not have to know that they're actively interacting with people who they share significantly different epistemological and moral assumptions. And in our society, epistemological and moral assumptions seem to be sorted out superficially into like 4 basic political tribes. And it's also something for which most working class people do not participate in, except in aligning with the dominant factions of their region, if they vote at all.
If they vote at all, and most of them don't.
No. But if they do, urban proletariat are going to side with urban interest. rural and suburban proletariat are going to side with rural and suburban petty bourgeois interests, because that's actually what's going to affect their job, right? Like, and people always say, well, people aren't voting in their interest. And my other thing is like, well, when did the Democrats actually pass any of the shit they promised? So when you say they're not voting in their interest and you don't do it anyway, how is it not voting in their interest? Like I was mentioning earlier, it's not like the Democrats have done anything about immigration. They haven't done much about, I promise you, well, I don't promise you, but it would be highly unlikely that Biden does anything with student debt other than maybe forgiving 10 grand of it. And he might not even do that now.
Which is that amount would be funny because that's exactly the amount that I need. It would it would help me.
I told people I would take just for giving back interest because I have paid my loan over it in back interest because I was dumb and did IBR early on. And with compounding, over years until you get to that point where you get it forgiven, you actually compound interest in a way that you owe more. You can be paying it every month, and you will owe more than when you started. It's some of those plans to help people will only help them with cash flow. It actually really screws them in the long term unless they take the forgiveness. But if you take the IBR forgiveness, by the way, not the public service forgiveness, you get hit with a tax bill for between $10,000 and $100,000 of income that you don't have.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, well, it charged off debt counts as income, by the way. If you never have to deal with that,
God.
Charged off interest does not. So I would take, I've been like, okay, if you're really serious about some midway point, like, look, I realize you're a reformist bullshitter anyway. You're not going to do anything radical. And I'm going to say something that pisses a lot of socialists off. One-time forgiveness of student loans doesn't fix shit.
No, it doesn't, but it's something he can do. He does not need congressional approval for.
Well, it doesn't look like he does. I mean, it kind of decides if we get lawsuits and what the Supreme Court says, but it would be hard for me for them to say, well, reinstate all these debts you forgave.
Exactly. At the very least, it would be very unpopular if they try to do that.
They don't really care about popularity. They're making that known.
I guess you're right. Yeah, they're overturning Roe v. Wade. So there you go.
I mean, if anything, the only thing I would give John Roberts is John Roberts seems to actually think that if they go too far, that either the legislature will finally smack the courts around, or like they'll be rioting in the streets and maybe they'll actually get one of them. So who knows?
I've been saying for the past couple of years, something has got to fucking give here. But I don't know.
So, cultural commentary.
Well, this sort of touches on what we were talking about before with depression, anxiety, what have you. I did a couple of videos about doomers, which I think have sort of maybe the actual term is on its decline in terms of people who actually identify as doomers.
Yeah, but we're all doomers now.
But yeah, the number of actual doomers is going up. The rate of doomerism has an incline, precipitous incline.
If everyone is a doomer, there no longer needs to be a subculture.
Yeah,
and
no,
everybody does seem to be a doomer in some way or another.
Pervasive doomerism, yeah. And after I made my first video about it, some guy wrote to me and was basically suicidal, and was vaguely indicating that he was on the left end of the spectrum, which makes sense because he was watching my channel. And I responded to him. He said, this is like he basically said, this is a call for help. And I don't get a lot of emails. So it wasn't a big deal for me to like respond to this guy.
Mhm.
And the best I could come up with at the time was paradigm shifts happen from time to time, and it's unpredictable when they'll happen. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense to lose all hope.
Hope is a soul killer.
Well, all I'm saying is things can radically shift. And we don't know. We don't know at any given time whether that shift is going to lead to good things or bad things. We don't have enough information.
What I tell people is, you have a lot more power than you actually think you do, but you don't have it where you think you do. So what I mean by that is, like, no, you're not going to vote and change. You're not.
Right.
If you wait for someone to fix this shit for you, it'll never happen. But a lot of what we do, God, I'm going to sound like her. When I say certain things like this, a lot of people accuse me of being reactionary. All right. So I will say this. You have a lot of control over what you do with the circumstances of your life. You have no or little control over those circumstances. I, statistically speaking, should probably be an opioid epidemic casualty. And I will talk about this. My younger brother, a couple years ago, shot his jaw off, and has struggled with the opioid epidemic. It's touched my life directly. So, he survived. Luckily, he's a bad aim.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. I was talking to my other brother. I must sound like such a horrible person. I was actually in shock, and my other younger brother was sitting there. I don't think I've ever told the story on air. Sitting there, like, just devastated, and I hint. I will say it on air. I think people in my Discord channel know this. I have diagnosed severe PTSD. And I have a weird sense of humor. And what I said about my brother, I have told him I said this too. So this, if he listens, which he doesn't, he will not be surprised. But I said, well, I won't say my other brother's name because you can't look him up by knowing my name. So-and-so, our brother is a fuck up, and be glad he's a fuck up because he missed, and therefore we're still going to have him around. If he was successful at this endeavor, we would not. So, and he started laughing. But that's the world I come from, right? And I say that because I statistically am not like when leftists tell you the story of how statistical likelihoods go. I do always want to point out that statistically speaking, I don't fit that mold. I am a person who grew up in the lower middle of the working class who ended up traveling abroad. That's rare, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, that doesn't happen much. Like, because of traveling a lot, I actually now have the ability to socially signal above my class of both birth and even of my current production status, which I have used to do all kinds of things. And it is also true that amongst the left, the stereotype that a lot of the left is downwardly mobile upper middle class people, unfortunately for me, has held true when you get outside of the union left. Like, I don't want to say there are fail sons. That is too much of a, but I know a whole lot of people on the left who are semi-lumpenized people who come from upper middle class families who basically wrote out money until they became poor and then became truly working class or worse. Right. I know a whole lot of leftists. That's their story. More than I know leftists who come from my background, because most people like me become conservatives. Right. Because we have survivor bias. We think we earned our position.
Right.
Like, we think we're special. And I think the right amount of just kind of external fucked up shit happened to me that I was able to pivot that into a, oh no, this is luck. If I wasn't awesome, it wouldn't have mattered if I got this luck, right? But it's still luck.
It's paradoxical, though.
Well, yeah, it's hard to hold in your head, but yeah,
because you being able to attribute that to luck is also luck.
Yeah, it is. Like, I came across the right paradigm. I mean, and by the right paradigm, it was literally a math problem. I used to teach this to my students before people got all pissy about social and emotional learning. I would used to, and you know, this is, I wasn't trying to radicalize them. I was just actually telling them the truth. That you take 10 people and you can assume 80% of their success is their own doing, which you can't actually assume, but we can do that. We're just going to do that as a mathematical given in this model, right? And then you add, say, 10% is circumstances and 10% is luck. Guess what you will find mathematically about who comes out on top? Luck is the decisive factor 8 out of 10 times with those numbers. And we must imagine that the real numbers is more like 95% of it is circumstances and luck, and then 5% of it's what you actually do. But what's interesting is if you're not actually doing stuff, if you don't have the work ethic, if you don't, like, you also will fail. That luck won't matter. And that is the paradoxical thing. And I think both the left and the right in the United States, as far as like when they tell people what to do personally, in aggregate, this does not matter. In aggregate, you can assume luck. In aggregate, we always should remember aggregates are predictable in ways individuals aren't, which is weird, right? But it's a factor of like statistics. You can't go from whole to part, or part to whole in your assumptions. And it's, I actually wish leftists would talk about this more. Like, how many, like, we're not all fail sons, but so many of us are. And, you know, some people will actually admit that. But then the few of us who like come from the working class and get educated and come out, like the number of people who attack, like the weirdest attack on me. Yeah, people attack me for being quasi-reactionary sometimes. That comes out a lot. I've been, that hadn't happened in years, but it used to. People have implied I was a TERF, which is really weird, given that like I literally do a podcast with
Esri.
With Esri. I worked in a podcast network that was disproportionately trans. But that doesn't mean I couldn't have like some secret bigotry in my heart, right? And there have been times in my life, honestly, my opinions in like 2012, I would probably say weren't turfy, and like I never thought, like I just didn't think about it. It wasn't even on my radar. Mm-hmm. Like I knew one trans person that was out. I knew now I know I knew more trans people, but I only knew one trans person that was out before 2012. Now I know like 20. You know, it's like in my personal life. And for me, that was, you know, and it's interesting because I have, you know, said some things that I regret in that manner. Like I was weird about the pronouns thing in 2012 and 13. Not because I had a problem with changing the pronouns. I just hated it was they. Like I had this weird, like it was beat into my head in college that it was he or she or one. Yep. Like, and it just, I was slow, and I was also abroad And all those issues seem so removed from my life because yes, there were trans people I met in Egypt and in I don't know about any in Korea, but I'm sure there were. I just don't know. But there are trans people I met in Egypt and in Mexico, but they were so in the closet about it that like they would tell people who they only extremely like the most people they would trust, and they were asking for us to kind of help them get to Europe or Canada. All right,
Get
so
the hell
like
out of there.
yeah, so it was a very different. It wasn't a non-issue, but it was a very different issue than it was here, and nobody was asking about pronouns, and so I was an asshole, right? I really believe I was talking about this on my Solidarity stream with Sudeep Bhattacharya. That I said, like, if you can get someone to suppress their bigotry and participate, a lot of time the bigotry will go away. Because I do think that's what happened with me there. But I say that to say the weird thing I get accused of now is being a liberal and being like, I've been accused of like being a PMC trying to destroy the working class. And I'm like, that's a weird accusation from me. Like, my father's a mechanic.
Right.
I've been homeless. I've been homeless as an adult. Like I'm not out to destroy, like, which not that homelessness is a sign of being the working class. Actually, it's quite the opposite. It's a sign of being lumpen. But I've been in all those class categories. Like
surely you understand. You do a political. You have a political YouTube channel.
Yeah, I know.
Which attracts
weirdos.
A lot of weirdos and a lot of incredibly people will watch like 5 seconds of my video and like try to correct me on something, and it's like if you had watched 15 seconds of it, you would have seen that I immediately just clarified what you said.
I
when you add politics to that,
I pray to God I'm never actually popular in YouTube. Like,
it is a formula for mental illness. I get comments on videos I made like 4 years ago at this point, and they will point out a mistake I made, and I'm like, yes, I realized I made that mistake a month after I made that video.
You know, sometimes I like that. I actually do like the like, I've actually had interesting dialogue with people correcting me on stuff like that. It's the people who just attack you on like your motives. It's like, it's like,
well, you get that too. Yeah.
That's it's harder to deal with. And every now and then I get harassed enough that I block somebody. Usually I don't. Like, it's weird though, because those people tend to be hate followers, and then I'm like, why are you investing? Like, yes, I watch YouTube channels of people who I respect but don't ideologically agree with, or who I think may be wrong and interesting in creative ways. I have conservative friends. We were talking about this before, but I it's actually weird how many people I know kind of don't, but whatever. I live in Utah. How could I not, right? Like,
yeah, you would have no friends pretty much.
Well, I mean, I also live in Salt Lake. I mean, Salt Lake's a pretty queer city, and they're not all conservative ex-Mormons, but regardless, we're being very personal today. I don't know why you bring that out in me. Normally, I'm trying to grill people down. It's what happens when I don't pick a topic.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should be a psychoanalyst or something.
Dear God, don't. You'd be one, like, your niche is already like let's look at your niche. Yes, you're a person who does vaguely movie related content on YouTube, which fuck, but there aren't many people doing exactly what you do. If you become a psychoanalyst, how many para-academics talk about Lacan on the internet?
That's true. It's a saturated market.
Exactly. But no, I was thinking about this, why this comes up though, because people project what they want to hear. And one thing I talk about that I really get mad at leftists for is for trying to flatter the working class or project stats upon it that aren't true. The biggest thing that I've been upsetting people about lately is like, no, yes, the victory of Chris Smalls and of the unions in Starbucks is a hugely important deal, all right? But it does not mean that the union movement as a whole is revitalized. We lost more union jobs and more union members in COVID than we gained, and they haven't come back.
This is the drum that you've been beating.
Right.
And
people are like, well, you're trying to make us feel defeated. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to make you can't win if you don't know the actual situation on the ground. You don't fight a war lying to yourself unless you're George fucking Bush.
We have to be sober about what the actual situation is. And something they're doing, maybe it could be a model moving forward. Optimistically speaking, maybe it could be a model. Yeah. But this is a really bleak situation, and it should not be. We shouldn't candy coat it.
And I have to say, a lot of the unions failed. Conditions for teachers, and even in unionized teachers, conditions for nurses. These are heavily unionized fields. Got worse. And a lot of the former unions, whether they have militant people in them or not, fell down on the job. The unions that did social unionizing did better. Totally true. They did better they didn't lose a lot of membership. But like, I just know this for a fact. My union exploded the first month of COVID and has rapidly declined every month since then. And I'm an AR. I literally know, like, people. I literally know what even I had my particular area, which is the online program for an unnamed school district in an unnamed part of Utah. It's not Salt Lake, actually. I will say that. It was actually disproportionately unionized when I started in that position a year and a half ago, and I've lost several members, including a former AR, this year. So this is very real to me. Now, admittedly, the Utah Teachers Union is dealing with a much different set of situations. It's in Utah, but a lot of it was people expected the teachers unions to do something during COVID. They weren't expecting a strike. They were just expecting more militant actions, and they were told constantly to wear red and go lobby the state house. That's all they were told to do, which didn't work. Now they have such a teacher's crisis now that we're not having to ask for much, but we're also being politically attacked left, right, and center over absurd shit. Like, I mean, I do think some of the liberal claims that there's no critical race theory in education wasn't true, because they actually don't know what critical race theory is, and they don't know that it was actually in some trainings that they probably received. But as far as like it being taught directly to students, I really have never seen it. There have been queer advocates in Utah, and they've been come down on hard. But they've also said it in the classroom with people taping them. And I'm not telling people like you should, if you can't be taped saying something, you should not say it in front of kids, just as a rule. And I know a lot of leftists are going to push back on me and saying I'm blaming the victim here. I'm not, but like,
no, it's not. Yeah, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just tactically not a good idea.
And particularly with very little kids. Like, I haven't actually. They've been going after elementary school teachers. And this has been made a lot of hay of in the South. We've seen the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. The bill actually is don't talk about sexuality at all. Yep. If someone, regardless of who you are, if someone is under 5th grade, which is wild because technically acknowledging anyone's parents would actually violate the law as written. They're just not going to enforce that.
It's not possible to adhere to the law.
But so it'll be selectively applied in reactionary ways, of course. But I don't know. It's tactically, I've just been kind of shocked at this because, I was helping kids deal with issues in Georgia when I was a teacher in the aughts, and when it was assumed to be dangerous to talk about this directly, we just protected kids from bullying and tried to make them feel safe, which I'm sure is not enough, but it's something I can do. Right.
Let's start somewhere.
Yeah. I have noticed a lot of these people didn't teach during that time. So they don't remember that it was, I do sometimes think that the internet has made people forget, like, the stuff that you find problematic from the 90s were common assumptions until probably 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like gay panic stuff. I actually remember gay panic stuff being worse in the late 90s and the aughts than it was in the early 90s and the 80s. And in the 80s, we had the AIDS scare, and that's probably why they didn't need to have the gay panic stuff, because we had the AIDS scare scaring everybody shitless about sexuality. Like, I lived in a time, and you're a little younger, so your experience is probably different, but we all thought having sex was a death sentence. We still did it. Statistically higher than students do now, actually, but still.
I didn't, but that's just because I was a loser. I wanted to. But yeah, it's I remember the satanic panic.
Me too.
I don't remember
hiding my D&D books, and funnily enough, playing Vampire the Dark Ages being less controversial than playing D&D, even though one explicitly had demons and shit. Like,
or my mom would let me watch South Park, but not let me wear a black t-shirt.
So I'm guessing you're in your mid-30s, right?
33.
I'm significantly older than you. Everyone's always like, Derek, you're obsessed with age. When you're in a weird micro niche generation that kind of identifies with both the generation above you and below you, because like you can kind of flip a coin on whether or not I have Gen X or millennial opinions, unfortunately. I know it's reactionary of me. You can denounce me later. As you
pointed out, age is like based on
a material
reality. So, and especially when you consider the fact that technology has, in some ways, specifically with respect to media and
I don't know what actually holds millennials together, because millennials who are your age and older have a very different internet experience than millennials that are between that are like 28 to 30, like the young millennials who are between like the Zoomers, like they have a completely different experience. And Zoomers, other than they like to make fun of everybody and occasionally become Stalinist because they don't believe history is real. That's not, well, I mean, they're not the smarter Marxist Leninists, let me put it that way. I remember though, for the first time in my life, like I'd probably taught 3,000 students in a variety of places all over the world. And I never taught one that as a high school student identified as a Marxist of any variety. And in 2019, I had my first Marxist Leninist student who was a big Stalin fan. And he thought
that's fun.
He thought I was a conservative even. I don't know why he thought I was a conservative, because I guess I didn't talk about politics. And so people who didn't talk about politics were assumed to be conservatives.
He probably thinks, yeah, everyone is a conservative pretty much.
We are a dumb lib, but like,
right.
Dumb libs express their political opinions, right?
Yeah.
Like, even when they're not supposed to. That was the assumption. So he assumed that I was a conservative, then looked me up on the internet and was shocked. But that does happen, by the way. My students do find me. It's quite weird. In fact, some of my patrons are students from like 10 or 15 years ago. It's actually kind of strange. But I remember asking him like what he knew about the political positions, and I realized like he was just trying to differentiate himself from the DSA. Like that was my realization of that. It's not that he
Yeah.
like
Not a bad impulse.
No, not at all. In fact, but I remember even before I met him, I remember talking to Doug Lane about this. I was saying, when the DSA fails, what are people going to do to differentiate themselves? Left communism is too obscure, and its demands are hard to articulate. Neo-Trotskyism, well, if you know about the left, it sounds a lot like Trotskyism without the transitional program and a little bit more copaceticness to social democracy and left unity efforts. If you don't know about it, you probably can't tell it from other forms of Leninism, actually. Trotskyism, well, that's all those millennials and Gen X left. They were all loser Trotskyists, and they sucked at everything, so why would we do that? Also, they all entered the DSA anyway, except for like 2 groups. So why would we join that? And I was like, well, what does that leave? Like, literally, what does it leave? Plus, China looks pretty, if you have a very, just looking at stats in the world, and you also don't really care about, stuff like, does a socialist country even have socialized medicine? China looks pretty good particularly if you don't know how radical the shift was between 1978 and 1984. Right? Like, there's a huge shift in China in that time period. And like China's own apparatus before Xi, particularly, it's harder to tell now, was very big on making sure that people didn't really realize outside of China how big of a shift that was. Yes, it opened up to the market, etc. But yeah. So, it makes sense why someone would move that way. Now, are people going to stay that way? Well, no, we're seeing them become all kinds of weird things. Like
Yeah.
I've been telling people, like, these ideological labels aren't going to mean much because they're fracturing before our eyes, because they weren't really based on real lived mass movements and tactics anyway.
It's Tumblr all over again.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a very low threshold. You just have to throw some Stalin anime avatar on your Twitter page, and off to the races you go, right? Like, and you can tell, because when you push on some of these people, they have a very superficial understanding, and then they'll let it slip that they're like 17.
Yeah.
Which I don't love about Twitter, actually, that like I'm sometimes interacting with minors and don't know it.
They need to put their age in their profile.
Yeah. Should I put my age in my profile? Old guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with that, as long as everybody does.
And I'm getting there. I
So,
don't know.
let's talk about horror movies, because that's something that you and I share. That's how I found your channel. I didn't find you because you were a leftist. I found
Really?
you because I didn't know that. I was like,
It's surprising to me.
interesting horror movie YouTube that isn't like listicles.
Yeah.
I was like, so, I think what it came up is someone suggested you when I was talking about liking Faculty of Horror, which is a Canadian feminist horror podcast
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. It's been around for a while. It's run by 2 academics. Somebody used to write for Rue Morgue. It's also a PhD in cultural criticism, and I've been listening to it for like a decade. Like, because I was like, horror podcasts that aren't dumb, like and then I also listened to Evolution of Horror, which is not political at all, but some of the same people are involved, and it does have a Lacanian psychoanalysis that comes on. So like,
really,
like, oh yeah.
That's
he does. Fun. It's wild, because I actually find it way more useful to listen to Lacanians talk about horror movies than I do about anything else. So yeah, that's how I found you, I think, because I didn't find you through normal channels. And when I actually asked you to come on my show, I thought I was doing a culture show. I thought I was going to quit talking about politics. That was my.
That's
I
hilarious.
suck at quitting talk. I've said I'm going to do it like 5 times.
You're not gonna do it. Just
I'm
give
bad
up.
at it. Well, I'm a poet. Like that's my other job. Like, so like every now and then I'm like, I'm going to talk to poets but you know what? Poets always talk about politics anyway, because without it, like if you're not deep into poetry, it's boring. So, so I found your show and I discovered through listening that I suspected you were a leftist. It was kind of like the cynical historian was kind of like that. I mean, he's like a liberal leftist, not a leftist, but another guy
I kind of started out that way.
Yeah, another guy who I found and his show through proxy channels and interviewed him for Zero and ended up discovering, oh, he's actually at least on the spectrum with me. I mean, we're kind of far away on the leftist spectrum, but like he is there. And you know what? I saw the stuff he dealt with on YouTube, and I almost didn't want to do it, by the way. Like I was like reading all the backlash he got, and I was like, I just don't want to deal with that. Like, I'm gonna make my show as alienating as possible to everybody.
There you go.
But yeah, so horror, I think like metal is something else I'm into, is a very masculine genre. And as a very masculine genre, it's a very politicized genre. Although horror movie directors, more than metal musicians, tend to actually have leftist sympathies, which is interesting. Because the genre itself has a reputation for being conservative and reactionary. But Carpenter, Craven, let's see, who else do I know who has left political sympathies, who's a horror director? Cronenberg.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see who else.
Lynch is some kind of weirdo.
Lynch claims to be a Republican, but I don't believe that.
Bullshit. Like, he voted for Reagan because Reagan was a cowboy.
Yeah.
So he's an aesthete.
Yeah, I mean, and that's well, okay, but that tends to be true for art house directors in general. Like Jodorowsky is all over the place politically too. Back when I did Former People podcast, which if you're a Patreon subscriber, you can find the archive of. We used to do a lot of exactly that. We would go and talk about, the artists. We talked about Jodorowsky, and we tried to figure out Jodorowsky's politics, and we were like, we got nothing. Like, he fought the unions, but why he fought the unions actually sort of made sense. Maybe he's just he's an apolitical aesthete who sometimes cuts left and sometimes cuts right. You can't really predict those guys. And then I think about like all the French New Wave directors who are leftist, but like French philosophers probably became reactionaries in their 50s. So what do you do? And then, you look at Hollywood and everyone talks about how left Hollywood is, but I'm like, Hollywood's extremely obnoxiously conservatively liberal.
Yes.
But horror directors aren't. Like, they're way more likely to play with ideas. And unlike sci-fi directors, because sci-fi used to take a lot of money, tend to be less well established when they start their careers.
Yeah, and we get this sort of explosion in what would you call it? I hate the term elevated horror. Art house horror, social commentary horror that emerges. It
emerges in the 70s and falls away and emerges again right now.
Right. So we're experiencing its sort of renaissance now. And it really kind of started, I would say, post 2008, but really after Trump was elected, it started going in full swing.
Right.
Um,
That was when the folk horror renaissance really hit the fan. And
yeah,
Ari Aster is probably, he's not the only reason why it happened. There were other folk horror like director, including Dave Eggers, honestly. Not Dave Eggers. Dave Eggers is the obnoxiously liberal writer. Robert
Eggers. Yeah.
The other Eggers. Is interesting. I agree with people who think that the aesthetics of a lot of these movies actually, while really good and really well made and really interesting, if you actually try to make them make sense or think they're telling you something, like, I don't know what The Witch actually tells you, or The Lighthouse, or The Northman, for that, including if it's reactionary or not. I don't think it's that coherent, frankly.
Eggers in particular is maybe a bit of an outlier. But you have people like Jordan Peele.
Yeah, Jordan Peele's politics are obvious, right? Left
they're
liberalism.
pretty obvious. I don't know if you saw Men. Men just came out.
Have not seen it yet. Is it good?
It is metaphorical in a way that is very on the nose.
So that's going to be like, well, a lot of horror movies are metaphorical in a way. They're very on the nose. Like, I recently watched Babadook, and I'm like,
oh, it's totally like that. Yeah,
like, this is obviously a trauma metaphor. Come on, like
the whole movie being about trauma. And that's almost a cliche at this point, having horror movie that is a rumination on the nature of trauma, right? Although it can still be done. It's still effective if you do it in a original way. That's sort of what Men is like. I enjoyed it. Like I said, it's quite on the nose. I don't think that's a bad thing. Necessarily. I think it might be one of these types of makes you think type social commentary horror films that is an entry point for younger people to get into the genre. And I think that's a good thing.
Kind of like Fresh, which I have seen.
Fresh. I don't think I've seen that. Is that about cannibalism?
Shush. Yeah, obviously. And it's basically like there's a satanic cabal of elite rich people literally eating young women.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, duh. But
right.
A bit on the nose, but it's interesting.
A more schlocky version of this would be like the Purge movies.
Yeah, I mean, the Purge movies are obviously left-lib metaphors. I mean, actually, and that's what's interesting because, you know, when I started this, the question was horror, when I started, you know, and when you and I first talked, I mean, it's literally because it's the first interview show on this channel, which maybe that's why we're being so personable today, and I'm, you know, just talking about stuff. But we were talking about a question that I asked the Horror Vanguard folks over at, I guess, Horror Vanguard, Repeater Books channel, Acid Horizons, they're all tied in together over there on the island. I don't think they're both from the island, but we were talking about if is horror an inherently reactionary genre, and it's often portrayed that way because it is used to enforce values. But then when you look at the politics of most of the directors, even someone like Tobe Hooper, they're not conservatives. And a lot of them are to these. I mean, when people like, oh, they're leftists. No, a lot of them aren't Marxists. And you're not talking about Pasolini here.
Yeah, but they're not sufficiently dialectical. Okay.
No, yeah, we're not. That's not our standard. But when you compare them to, say, Hollywood directors who are often ostensibly leftist, in the popular term, which by that we mean liberal, they are often to the left of them. Sure. Like if you compare even someone like I don't know, Clive Barker to someone like Stanley Kubrick. Like, Kubrick is so cynical, he's kind of beyond politics, and it cuts slightly right. Although he's anti-war and
it depends on how you read him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he has too much of a tragic worldview for most leftists to feel comfortable with him. He doesn't like women very much. Like, that's clear in both his movies and how he treated his actresses.
That's obvious at this point.
But like a movie like, say, Barry Lyndon's actually a very leftist movie, regardless of what Kubrick says. Whereas I've been interested in that difference in horror movies, where the horror directors are often pretty far left on the spectrum. I think of Romero is pretty far left. But then again, like, one of the most progressive things he did, he claims he didn't even think about it, which was casting a black actor in Night of the Living Dead. Like, he said that was just an accident. Which is kind of wild, given the symbolic importance that ends up having. But he made like, Romero made some weird maybe out and out feminist movies in the 70s about witches. Have you seen these?
I have not.
Yeah, like they're not good, but they're interesting. He also made some like stuff that was clearly supposed to be marketed as kind of like low-key softcore porn, but ended up being more high market than that.
That sort of reminds me, have you seen X?
Yes.
I enjoyed X.
Ty West is I don't know his politics. I actually, it's interesting. I can't even deduce his politics from his movie.
Me neither. I'm trying to think about it, and I'm like, I don't know, something about the old people wanting to fuck. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, you think about, someone was talking about Clockwork Orange, not a horror movie. Well, kind of is actually, but depends on how you define it. Clockwork Orange is left, is it?
Well, the thing is, I don't think Kubrick thinks that, and Burgess is a right winger. Anthony Burgess is a right winger. But Kubrick, the way Kubrick frames it, it kind of ends up being in a way that Burgess's isn't.
It's got this quality of like, the worst person just made a great point.
Yeah. Like, the idea of trying to sympathize with an objectively horrible human being.
Yeah.
In a system that is somehow even worse. Is an interesting point.
Yeah, and it's not even inherently reactionary.
No, and that's true for Barry Lyndon too, like, which is my favorite Kubrick movie, which had not a horror movie at all.
Also, Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah. Although Eyes Wide Shut is a movie that I find interesting because it is more reactionary than all the other, like.
How so?
There's a fear of women and sex in that movie that is deep.
Interesting.
But then let's talk about, since he's back on everyone's, this motherfucker won't ever go away, Stephen King. All right.
I can't stand Stephen King.
I'm fascinated by King, if only because in his early career, he is actually writing about the working class in the 70s realistically. So
that's fair. Yeah.
Like, and their childhoods, right? And like, almost nobody else is fucking doing that. But by the 80s, by the mid 80s, by the cocaine period, that's all over. Right. Mm-hmm. And then you have boomer sentimental sap basically for like the next 20 years. With the high, like, I like King's characterizations. I don't think he can end the novel to save his life. But if you read his early work, he does have an eye for like working class people of the early 60s and their domestic lives as things were really changing, and the kind of post-war consensus was ending. And I think he spoke to that.
And he's writing while stagflation is happening.
Exactly. And so, like, I mean, like, if you like read something like Salem's Lot or It, in particular, and the pathologies that explores, I think it's fairly honest about like my parents' world, because he is my parents' generation. He's writing about that time period. My parents had him all over the house. We watched all the King movies. Maybe that's why I don't hate him, because I was like brainwashed with that shit in the early 90s, like when everybody would like make you watch The Stand, like they made Clockwork Orange guy like this.
I sort of was too. I think it's just that he's been oversaturated with me. It's the Star Wars effect.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy. Star Wars, but Star Wars is weird because Star Wars is supposedly, according to Lucas has said many things. It is one thing. It's supposed to be a pro Viet Cong allegory.
Yeah, it's anti-imperial,
right? But at the same time, it's also Flash Gordon. And then when I reread Dune, I'm like, it's Dune, but with all the ambiguity taken out completely.
Yep. It's like baby's first Dune.
Yeah, it's like, which unfortunately, the Villeneuve Dune is also baby's first Dune, but it's good. I mean, it's good, but like all the moral ambiguity of Leto and Jessica is stripped from that fucking movie. They're just good guys, which is not what they are in the book.
I do find it very funny that it was criticized as like a white savior movie because people don't know what happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say the whole thing is a white savior metaphor.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
It's you can tell that, like, that's one of the things that I've get so angry about pop culture criticism lately, because it's so fucking lazy. Like,
it's low hanging fruit. And it's that way by design. The low hanging fruit is what gets shared.
Yeah, I know. Which is why I don't.
I try to make threads on Twitter, and it's like,
well,
yeah, no, it's.
I see who has 10,000 Twitter followers, and while I only have, I have a lot, but not 10,000.
You're doing all right, yeah.
Yeah, but I also insult my audience a lot, and I think people get a kick out of that because, like, so many people today are secretly masochist and respond well to Stockholm Syndrome.
I think it's refreshing.
You think it's refreshing that I tell my audience that they're stupid?
Yes. I think it's very refreshing because you're not blowing smoke up their ass.
I have tried less to do stuff like the infamous time that I got so mad during a stream commenting on Matt Christman that I literally cut the stream and said that I wasn't going to do anymore ever again. And
that's probably my favorite stream that you ever did. I was watching when that happened.
It's just like, y'all are too dumb to live. Click.
Yeah. No, I think that it's okay to do that every once in a while.
Well, I think about that because what I found unhealthy, actually, and you talk a little bit about this as a cultural commentary thing, like, there is a way that there is what I call the network effect, where people will encourage someone who is slightly off kilter to basically have a public breakdown, and to the point that it becomes real.
For your audience, you're talking about the Movie Network, which is an amazing movie.
Which you should all watch, and also feel real stupid about believing famous leftists, because there's a whole thing about how a bunch of sincere leftists became total pawns of capital in that movie.
Oh my God, that movie is amazing. If you're not familiar with it, people in the audience, it's where we derive the phrase "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore."
Yeah. That movie, like, a network that's owned by Arabic oil conglomerate conservatives is having a Symbionese Liberation Army proxy compete with the Communist Party on air for ratings.
It's so prescient. It predicts all of Twitter.
My God, I mean, because it really does, actually. Like,
yeah.
And it's funny because it was absurd when it came out, and it doesn't feel absurd now.
No.
Like,
No, that's reality.
there are people asking, did Matt Chrisman do it? Actually, I was defending Chrisman.
Right.
For once.
You've never been that hard on Chrisman.
No. I like Chrisman.
Yeah.
He's nice to me personally. He has no, like, he came on my show to be nice, like, and it is the highest, like, my subscribers went up the moment he showed up, which
I'm sure,
which I hate to say is the only time I've ever done something that was publicity hoary. I did want to talk to Matt, and I thought the interview was interesting, but
yeah, I thought it was really a productive conversation about labor history.
right. Yeah, although I don't think we talked about like I'm going to talk to a labor historian in 2 weeks, and we're going to talk about the TUL and the IWW and the difference between like industrial business unions and craft unions, and how everything now is really kind of a, like, the craft unionist kind of won, actually, like, because of the purging of the CIO's leadership in the 50s, which unfortunately they said. So I learned something though when I was studying this from an interview I heard on Cosmopod with this scholar, and I didn't know this. After the Industrial Recovery Act, but before the Wagner Act, before the Labor Relations Act, businesses could set up their own unions.
Oh, damn.
Which I did not know. I was like, wait. Businesses salted their own unions with captured unions, but for like 4 years in the beginning of the, wow,
That's messed up.
and then apparently there were communists organizing within that somehow, which is wild.
Like infiltrating it.
Yeah, because that was the only effective union at that industry, so they had to do what they had to do. Like I
hear about stuff like that, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, you feel it's harder to do. Like, can you join a union, Dave?
I probably could get into the Ironworkers Union, but I would destroy my body.
So you'd have to enter an industry specifically to enter a union, though. You would not be unionized in something that you already work in, which is my point.
Right. If I tried to start a union at my company, I would be fired.
Right. I pointed out to a friend of mine who had said they'd never worked in a union shop their entire life. And I said, that's funny, because while the DSA is good on that, sometimes good on that almost irrationally, like they'll have to spend way more on a convention than they really need to, because there's only like one union hotel in the South and it's super high end. So either set it in a place where there's more unionized hotels, or, whatever. But I pointed out that like most left publications aren't unionized. And when they do unionize, they unionize to affect editorial, not for condition changes, because often the profit margins are so damn low that they realize that if they actually made demands, the whole thing would go under.
This is it's a paradox.
Oh yeah, someone's like, so they say, yeah, the CAO, the industrial unions had strong reactionary factions because everybody has strong reactionary factions. The Communist Party had a slightly reactionary faction. They kicked them out, but in 29. But yeah, and we don't even talk about the SPA guys. Like, oh my god. But so let's horror movies. Reactionary or not? No, I'm kidding.
Well, if you listened to Chapo recently, I think it was Chrisman trying to make the case that films are reactionary. The basic medium of film is lends itself to, I guess, right-wing reactionaryism.
Why? What's the argument? Just like when Alfie Brown said that video games were inherently reactionary, and I'm like, well, if that's the case, everything's inherently reactionary. We've gone down Adorno land, and you're all fascists because even your doorknob is.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and I do call my doorknob a fascist sometimes, but
I mean, it probably is fascist.
yeah. Um, but um, I think we live in a very reactionary time, and so the art is going to reflect that on occasion. And once in a while, you are going to get a incisive critique of it, and we should rejoice at that.
I mean, and there's also the whole art different from artist thing, and I don't mean this in like, oh well, the artist is scandalous, but we can still like it because it's art. I mean, like, Gene Wolfe is so unbelievably Catholic that he weirdly makes a shit ton of leftist points.
Yeah,
And most of what he's attacking is like neoliberal business stuff through like, I mean, like in corporate life, like if you actually read his work. And yet, I mean, the more I actually read the man's like opinions, I actually don't know that I would say he was actually a reactionary Catholic, but he's an extreme Catholic. He's a convert. I don't know his opinion. He never wrote about stuff like abortion or whatever, but like, I find his books more sympathetic to my way of thinking and my point of view, however, than I do some authors leftists like leftists love to beat off to Brecht, and I don't get it. Like, I just don't like and so, you know, I don't know that it says much. I mean, and Marx makes this argument. Marx talks about how reactionary writers are often better for socialist causes because they tend to be honest than social realists who thought they were socialists because they romanticized everything.
exactly. Which is ironically reactionary.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So, you know, what would you do? I mean, and I think that's a fair question, right? Like, and so I think that's a lot with horror movies, and I do think horror movies are interesting to me because they cut in both. I think they cut in both directions simultaneously. Like, I think in any horror movie that's remotely trying to be socially and emotionally and psychologically honest, when you start dealing with something like trauma, there's an inherent conservatizing factor in just trauma itself.
Because the self-preservation kicks in.
Right. And yet there's this like, particularly in something like Tobe Hooper, like, are you going to tell me Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a reactionary movie? It's not punishing people for having sex. It's punishing clueless upper middle class kids for not understanding the context of a working class world, which is also very brutal and ugly. Which is another thing where I'm like, well, you know, sometimes we have to be honest. Like, a lot of that shit is brutal and ugly. And so, like, when we talk about Kubrick, like, is Kubrick a reactionary? A lot of his films, Strangelove is like, you know, every leftist worth of salt loves Strangelove, right? But we don't know. Like, from what I've read about him, he's not. I don't think he's ideologically anything. Like, he's kind of a nihilist, frankly. But yeah,
I could see that.
But you think about Hicksploitation, which is based off of basically Texas Chainsaw Massacres, where are, you know, so there's an argument to be made that American folk horror that isn't all Britishified actually comes from Hicksploitation. I believe Evolution of Horror podcast actually made that argument. And so they included Texas Chainsaw Massacre as a folk horror movie, which had never occurred to me. It works. It works as a reading. If you get all the, like, if you're not expecting everything to be all pagan, it definitely works. And why would we in the United States? We don't have any weird pre-Christian romanticized traditions. Also, part of the point in The Wicker Man is that those traditions are invented and they're kind of fake. But
yeah,
whatever.
That's something that kind of threw me off about Men, is that there is this pagan iconography that I felt was sort of played out in this type of film. It's just very predictable. that we're
Yeah.
going to get pagan iconography at this point.
I feel that
And-
way about Ari Aster too, and I don't think he always really thinks about what he's saying with that.
No. Hereditary doesn't have any point to it, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. Like, what are we supposed to learn about the weird Goethe demons that they're using for stuff?
Yeah.
Like,
At least the resolution of the movie doesn't have any real.
What about Midsommar? I mean, Midsommar says a lot of stuff about like trauma influencing Stockholm syndrome cults, but
Yes.
but what and well, it might save some leftists from some bad decisions that they probably will make if they're not careful.
I think Midsummer has something interesting to say about just the fact that the modern society lacks community.
Right.
And
so a trauma-based community has an appeal.
Exactly.
I mean, particularly when you actually pay attention to that first 10 minutes and the suicide and all that's completely depersonalized and no one can connect to her. And then that's completely, inverted with like almost toxic empathy. Later on, I mean, I do think that says a lot. But anything about alienation can go in either direction, right? Like depending on what you're focusing on, like
right.
And in some case, maybe I'm getting to the point because I'm, basically free associating here tonight. Since I made you told me pick a topic and I didn't, and here we are.
I figured this would happen.
You knew it. It happened the first time. Midsommar, though, so I watched Midsommar during my divorce. So I can't watch it again, but it left an indelible print on me because the first part of the movie was like, oh God. This is about like trauma bonded relationships that are ineffective and alienated.
Yeah. Hits too close to home.
Well, yeah. And it also like I really hated the dude in that movie.
You're supposed to hate him.
Right, but I hated him like even more than you probably should. Because
then you like the ending.
I was like, yeah, I actually was like, Midsommar has a happy. I mean, they're gonna kill her in a few years too, but like, it has
they're
a
not gonna
happy
kill
ending.
her.
Probably
She's a woman. She's a fertile woman.
That's true. She's got a while. But I find it interesting also that Ari Aster makes it clear that their rituals are based on lies, because they said that when they not so much the bear dude that we all hated and didn't really care that he got burnt in a way that was deliberately supposed to remind us of Nicolas Cage. And no one can convince me that Ari Aster wasn't making that low brow.
It was a tongue-in-cheek thing.
Yeah, there's no way it wasn't, right? Like
I think so.
But that the cult members who volunteered were also given something to take their pain away, and it's clear that it did not work. So
I mean, it paralyzed them, right?
It paralyzed them, but they were screaming.
They were in pain.
They were in pain, so they lied.
All the more horrifying.
Yeah. So I think that's an interesting thing. You can make what you will with it. I have seen leftist communities that I think that movie applies to.
No
doubt. So the ritual. I've been asked here. Should we make a comment? I mean, one, I don't know what it is with like. When Midsommar came out, I have a bunch of Swedish friends who discovered me years ago through Zero Books, and will write me when I lived in South Korea and in Mexico. And everything coming out of Sweden makes me think I should avoid it, because I've seen all these folk horror movies that make Sweden just look like a place where Americans go to die, or Brits go to die, depending. Some English-speaking, vaguely pale person goes there to die, and some unpale people too, actually. So, The Ritual. Have you seen it?
I had while you were talking, I looked it up because I couldn't remember. I have seen it at some point. Yeah.
How does it compare to Midsommar? How does Midsommar compare to the other movie Midsommar?
There's another Midsommar.
Yeah, there is. Oh, I've seen The Ritual. Okay, I was like, I don't remember if I've seen it, but I have actually seen it. Adam Neville is an interesting writer. I watched another movie that came on Netflix by him. Well, not by him, but based off one of his short stories. That's based off of an Aztec god who requires human sacrifice of immigrants, or just anybody, but it's usually immigrants. But yeah, The Ritual. I think that, I mean, one of the obvious things is The Ritual got put on Netflix, and I think it's dealing with trauma as both a little bit more blatant and a little bit more confused. I have this. I actually own the short story on my Kindle, and I haven't read it yet. So, I've been reading. I think literary folk horror tends to be better than folk horror movies, but that's just me. So you have seen it. What did you make of it, other than that the god is real?
Right. I guess if I had to compare the two, I think, like you said, Midsommar is a bit more incisive with its understanding of trauma.
Yeah, and like all the, well, I guess no, it's not. I guess unlike Hereditary, Midsommar doesn't actually inculcate that there's anything really supernatural going on, right? Like
it doesn't.
Like there's drug use, but
yeah,
but
it's
there's
all
nothing.
Completely. This could have happened.
Right, everything in Midsommar is theoretically possible.
Yeah.
Given our own, world constraints, right? The Ritual, there's a weird Loki ogre demon forest thing, and I'll leave it at that. But like, it's real. It's not. To me, it's more like a movie like Antlers or something, which is about the Wendigo. So, have you seen Antlers? Is it good?
I have. I enjoyed it. I do tend to appreciate movies that are a bit more realistic. I don't know what it is. I think you have to, when you give yourself those kind of constraints, usually it leads to better outcomes, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know if I have a good take on Antlers.
Does it remind you of a Lard Baron story? Because it kind of does me, but
yeah, I could see that.
Why hasn't anyone made a Lard Baron story into a movie? Here I am asking the hard questions.
I don't. I'm trying to think of how that would play out.
And it's like, why hasn't there been a King in Yellow movie, given how many people are obsessed with that shit?
Right.
I don't know how it would work. I actually can't imagine how a King in Yellow movie would work, but why hasn't there been one? I mean, like, I can't even think of something that totally riffs off that. I guess maybe Hellraiser kind of riffs off, but not really. Like,
I'm waiting for them to do like a Hellraiser reboot. I guarantee that's going to happen at some point.
I'm waiting for someone to just admit that Event Horizon's the best Hellraiser movie after the first one.
That's a hot take.
It's a correct take.
That is.
Clive Barker was even an advisor on the fucking script. Like, also, by the way, yeah, the only objectively good not Paul Thomas Anderson. There's so many fucking Andersons. What's his face? Guy who did all the terrible Mila Jovovich movies. He's married to her.
Oh.
He's the one who did Event Horizon. I'm gonna have to cheat and look it up. I used to know this crap. I'm getting old. Event Horizon. Which, when I saw that in 1997, was the scariest thing I'd ever seen. Paul W.S. Anderson. supposed to say it's Paul W. something.
You were close.
It's an objectively good movie, actually, and it's actually one where I will tell people to watch the extended and way more gruesome cut, because there is one.
Not okay, because I was gonna say I watched it when I was a kid, and I remember it scaring the living shit out of me.
It scared me as a young adult, so I think I saw it when I was 18. So yeah,
and then I watched it much later in my 20s, and I felt as though
it's not as scary after 20 years of psychological horror, but
right.
But when I compare it to the other Hellraiser movies after the first two, it's objectively better than any of them. It's pretty much Hellraiser in space, but without Pinhead.
Yeah, it's and I felt as though when I watched it again in my 20s, it kind of dragged. But now you're saying to watch the extended version.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they apparently they cut out. I mean, they cut out a bunch of scenes to make it R, not NC-17. It was apparently. Well, I've seen it. It's way more graphic and way more sexually graphic. So if you're traumatized by that, don't watch it. But yeah, a lot of stuff that's implied in the script is more shown. I do kind of think it's lame that they actually call it hell. That's lame, but whatever. What are you going to do? So this brings me to
I could mention a number of movies I've seen recently that were kind of fun. I watched Hellbender.
I have not seen Hellbender. Pitch it to me.
Low budget, shoestring budget, made by a family. The Addams Family. That's literally their name.
Mm-hmm.
I think I watched it on Amazon. It is. I won't say too much about it, but it is about a mother and her daughter, and they're a bit insulated from the community. And it is such a charming, refreshing horror movie that is clearly made with such love. In a world where it's like everything is Marvel or Disney or Star Wars.
That seems to be kind of changing. It does seem like COVID's at least forced Disney to move some of its bullshit to Disney Plus.
Right.
But yes, still. I mean,
obviously the ubiquity of these streaming platforms is a double-edged sword, but occasionally they greenlight a movie that is like, I can't believe they got this made. That's so cool.
Yeah. Particularly Shudder. When Shudder makes its own movies, like some of those are actually legitimately good and usually very undermarketed.
Shudder's awesome.
Me and Shudder get along. Also, it's cheap.
Also, I love that you can just turn it on and they have something on like it's a TV channel.
Oh yeah, you can just like Shudder Presents is just running like it's an 80s TV show, which very much reminds me of like going to a friend's house at Cinemax as a kid.
I love that.
So let's see what's good that's come out this year that I've seen. Apparently I haven't seen a lot of this year's horror movies. And the new Scream versus the new Texas Chainsaw. The new Scream was way better, but I don't know what the hell we're getting on that.
I did not see the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Bad. It is. It feels like baby boomers writing jokes about millennials, but putting them in Gen Z hands. Like there's cell phone jokes in it and shit. It's bad. Like it's legitimately bad.
That's disappointing.
What have you seen the new Scream movie?
Yeah, I recall it being entertaining and maybe a good bookend.
Yeah, I feel like it's clearly going to be a new, like they've soft rebooted the franchise, but like it didn't feel it felt like it was in the spirit of the original without mimicking it, which is usually a problem.
Very
the most,
meta.
yeah. And I think it did better than either the new Texas Chainsaw or the new Halloween movies, honestly. Let's see what else came out. Fresh, we talked about that. Uma. I mean, I love Korean horror movies, and there are very few bad Korean horror movies. Like, you can get me. I can probably write a dissertation on The Wailing. Like, I used to want to do a podcast because, you know, people may not know this about me. When I was a literary academic, I wasn't like a literary Marxist. I was a Korean Americanist, which is weird, but it had to do with my aunt. Like, I studied Teresa Park Chai's book Dictate, and was really into Korean American literature and Korean American poetry, which there's now a lot more of than when I was doing it 15, 20 years ago. But one thing I used to do is like explain all this shit in Old Boy that people don't understand because they don't get Japanese and Korean culture.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I'm like, no, this means something different. It's like, this actually has a cultural meaning. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to like explain a whole lot of stuff to you. It's not just edgy. I mean, it is edgy, but it's not just edgy. Do I watch Korean dramas? Yes. And I try to watch Korean stuff. I occasionally try to watch Korean stuff without subtitles to see if my Korean's still there. It's not, unfortunately. Well, okay, I can explain. If you want me to explain the octopus eating scene, I can, because I have done it.
Well, what I'm wondering is there something about Korean culture, or maybe just the film industry in South Korea, that sort of lends itself to this like such a rich just this explosion of like really good horror movies?
Oh yeah, Korean horror traditions are interesting, and they're pulling a lot from that, just like Japanese are. But I think Korean culture, there's this concept of hampyeong, which I think is actually overplayed by Koreans as something like unique to them. But there is this experience of like in Korea, there was a whole lot of sympathy for Jews, even though it was based off of anti-Semitic stereotypes they picked up from Japan. But it was also like, hey, we're a small nation. Now we still have our nation, but like everybody's pissed on us. Our historical lands are divided up like 5 ways. If we're not being invaded by the West, we're being invaded by someone from China. If we're not being invaded by someone from China, we're being invaded by Japan, which, I mean, like, to be honest, half of them are descended from us anyway. So we don't it's a culture that has had its defeats rubbed in its face, and it's split up. And a lot of things in Korea, particularly from their censorship jobs are pretty heavy. Then like the Squid Games is way more explicit than anything you could show on Korean TV. Like when I was in Korea, way. Like American TV was heavily censored there, and people like, oh, American TV is heavily censored in Europe for violence. I'm like, no, it's heavily censored there for violence, nudity, like whatever. Cigarette smoking, even though people smoke more in Korea than they do in the United States. The reason why it's actually censored is because they took the anti-penetration law very literally. But I think yeah, they make great horror movies, and I think a lot of their art house movies are also effectively horror movies. Like if you watch Bong Joon-ho or like any of that, they're all like
at the very least they're messed up.
Yeah, I mean, even something like super art housey like Kim Ki-duk, right? Like spring, summer, winter, fall, winter, spring, is a horrifying movie at parts, even though it's like an art house movie about Buddhist monks. But there's there's revenge and rape in that. Like, I I can't think of a movie from Korea that's not a comedy that isn't, fairly intense. And I think there's a whole lot of cultural focus on that. There's also like Confucianism and revenge culture stuff is a much bigger part of their literature. And I would say their Confucianism is like more punitive than traditional Chinese Confucianism is. Their particular form of Neo-Confucianism is pretty intense. And it's an interestingly divided society because it's a Confucian Buddhist country that's like 33 to 34% Christian, and some of the Christian sects there are like unique to them. And even like conservatism in Korea is divided because there's Buddhist conservatives and there's Christian conservatives, and how they're oriented in constant competition with each other. Somebody asked, have we seen The Wailing? I was just talking about, I love The Wailing. Like, I think The Wailing is amazing. Someone asked, can I explain the octopus eating scene? Well, when you're drunk in Korea, traditionally, when you're drinking makgeolli and you're at a high kettlage, which makgeolli is this it's for fermented rice wine that's unfiltered. It's not anything like sake or even unfiltered sake. It kind of Have you had pulque, Dave?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So the stuff, the like weird agave beer that you use to make tequila, right? That's the closest thing to it. It's not really that close, but so anyway, you drink that in Korea, and one of the things you get to prove your masculinity is either a baby octopus, which you're supposed to eat alive, and it's a challenge because they kill you sometimes. Like, the baby octopuses occasionally will expand in your throat and strangle you from the inside.
Oh, wow.
So it's a way to prove your manliness. It's common. I mean, it's not super common. I don't think every Korean's done it, but like, when I went to one of these makgeolli shops with a vegan, and that was unfortunate. I bet. So what Western vegan friend of my ex-wife's from like California.
That's rough.
Yeah, they brought out an adult octopus and cut its limbs off and told us to eat it alive, and she was like about to have a conniption, and I was supposed to be there to tell them not to do it because I speak Korean. They're intelligent beings too. Yeah, I don't like eating octopi, actually. So they did this, and then I was in the bathroom, so I didn't tell them not to do it. I wasn't there to say like, oh no, we're fine. We don't need Denakji, which is
thank you.
So I came out, and then my ex was like, you have to eat all that, and I'm like, great, lovely. But it's already lost its limb, so I can't do anything about that. So I might as well, so it doesn't
at that point.
Yeah, it hurt. Like, like an octopus's nervous system's not centralized, so it was still fighting back.
Oh my god!
Like,
well, okay. When you eat the baby, do you chew it up or do you swallow it?
It's too chewy when it's still alive. Like, it won't, like, you'll damage it, but probably won't kill it. You swallow it.
Jesus.
I mean, I've seen people do both, but I prefer to eat things not alive. Like, that's sort of like a moral standpoint for me. But yeah, it's a traditional way to show manliness is to eat. It's something drunk Korean college students do.
We need to consider the octopus.
One of the interesting things about Buddhist countries is actually animal rights is not really a thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't say to be Orientalist or anything. There was a weird debate, actually, because of the stigma about dog eating from Westerners. It's not regulated like other forms of slaughter. It's an illegal gray area. And the irony is that because of kind of Orientalist attitudes about dog eating, it's kind of shunted into a gray market, and it's much crueler than it would be if it wasn't. Right. So one of the things that I would like talk about is like, I wish dog slaughter was legalized like pig slaughter, because there's more rules.
It'd be regulated.
Yeah. So, this is strange. I don't want to encourage Orientalist stereotypes. Like most, I don't know, many Koreans don't still eat dog, but it was eaten in Korea because it and pigs they're easier to raise, and they could feed them things that they wouldn't eat themselves. Even though because they're omnivores. So that's why. I mean, it's not like you don't have cattle land. Cattle is like a super big, resource intensive thing. And Korea's a peninsula full of mountains, like, and the soil's like not terrible, but it's not great. So, it's cold most of the year. Like there's a lot. Korean life before the modern world was pretty intense, man. Like, but no, it's interesting because like if you go in a Buddhist temple, you're eating vegan food. In fact, vegan food without garlic or onions, even, which is a weird Chinese cultural thing that was brought over with Shan Buddhism. But when you're like out in the world, like I would say traditionally Koreans don't eat as much meat as Americans, but there's meat in everything. Like it's actually like there are vegan restaurants in Korea, just like, I mean, like it's a modern country with all the weird modern hangups, right? But like that's much newer. I mean, and I have to remind people, in the 70s, Korea was like poor, like South Korea was poorer than Ethiopia. Like Ethiopia was sending them food aid. And the US has a lot to do with that, actually.
Yeah.
And so like it's a country that modernized and developed technology incredibly fast, and also outsourced sweatshops and stuff incredibly fast, because that was in direct response to U.S. policy. So when they tried to restrict garment trade from Korea, Korea moved its shops to Bangladesh.
Naturally, as you do. Because they weren't even originally trying to seek out cheaper labor. They were trying to get around U.S. Tariffs, and then they found cheaper labor. And so so there's a kind of interesting attitude. All this happened really fast. There's a way in which Korea feels like a victim of imperialism. There's also a way in which like Koreans sometimes feel like they're also part of it. They have it's like a cultural divide, and I think it shows up in a lot of the ambivalence around Korean nationalism and like even leftist cinema, because if you like watch Parasite, for example, there's an implicit nationalism in it. That's endemic in Korea, but it's also something that people they don't necessarily feel good about. They just have a trouble figuring out what other social unit could they organize around. Even if you're organizing for like the average Koreans, and Korea is a country that actually has a fairly low Gini coefficient, even though it has mega millionaires. There's not that many of them. But there is stuff that's like there's stuff there that's it's not a country without poverty or anything like South Korea. Like you will find old people who there's not really a social safety net for them, like begging in the subway. It's pretty common, or they'll be collecting trash. It's some stuff is more naked there, more obvious than it is here. And then you go to certain places in Asia and it's just extremely obvious. The class competition is not veiled. I mean, that was something that I experienced in Latin America too, and it shows up in movies. Is like class competition and class contempt is not veiled. In America, it is actually veiled. Like
like it's worse actually because it's hidden from you. But there is a sense in which you're not supposed to show it, which is very, very weird. But you know, it's kind of a thing.
Is that I mean, repressed Protestantism, I think, is part of that.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I try to think about material reasons for it too. I mean, because like maybe if people like, I will say, like it's like when I was a kid, and maybe you know, you come from a union background, maybe you had the same experience, right? Like I didn't come from a union background. I lived in the South. But I thought people who made $80,000 a year were rich.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
Yes.
Like, and you realize that, like, oh, you're like half a class step up. But like your class consciousness when you're a teenager and you're like shut out like that, you meet people who have like a, oh my God, you people have their own room.
So, I mean, I thought I was hot shit because our house had a basement, you know,
Yeah.
and we hung out in the basement.
I mean, I would have thought you were hot shit. I would have fought for that. Like, I mean, although in Georgia, if you had a basement, it was likely to flood, but still,
yeah.
I mean, like, cause like, you know, I lived in a 1,000 square foot house that had 7 or 8 people in it. Like, I don't think I had a moment of privacy until I was like 20. You know, more, except in the shower.
So that's lower middle class than my. I think I'm.
Yeah, I would probably thought you were rich.
I'm perhaps maybe relative, because, but also it's kind of weird because
Well, also that can like when your parents bought the house too, because that really matters for this.
And none of it would have been really possible if my dad wasn't like in a union and in a trade.
Yeah, my stepdad as a mechanic has made commission his entire life. Like now, in some years he's made a lot of money, and some years he hasn't. And my mom, until I was, I mean, I tell the story a lot, but my mom until I was 18 was like a huddle house waitress, and then she became a prison nurse, and then an agency nurse, and then she got disabled, like by like 45. So I think she only worked in her field for like a decade, not even. No, she was fully disabled at 46, and she became a nurse at 37. So like she worked in it for 9 years. And so, you know, I guess that's why when people talk about nurses and teachers in the PMC class, I'm like, I mean, I kind of see that, but I kind of don't. Not when you're associating them with like college professors are lawyers or bankers. Like that's like, those are, that class is that substrata. Really, I don't believe in the professional managerial as a class. Like it is a social category, and it's not a particularly coherent one either.
Right, there are all different kinds of people in the managerial strata,
and like when people like, oh, HR, I'm like, HR in a big corporation, yeah, it's going to act like academics, but HR in a petite bourgeois organization is going to act like thugs. I don't like.
Yeah, they'll be tyrants.
Like, it's interesting, but like, I didn't really meet the real rich. Like, my first experience with the rich was in grad school when, you know, okay, so now I am hanging out with the professional managerial types, right? And then my real experience with the rich was when I was abroad, not when I was in Korea because I worked at a university, but when I worked at these elite private schools. And like, we're talking, these schools would cost $20,000 in USD in countries where the average income is like $10,000 a year. And they're paying it in USD, which, if you don't understand in Egypt how hard that is to do, it's real hard to do, particularly in the time period I was working there because the currency tanked. So, because a bunch of people from China and the IMF jointly told them to float it because then they could do modern monetary policy. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. It's something that, like, I know that I'm supposed to talk to Dr. Fatude about that because my experience of what they're suggesting was a nightmare. But regardless, because they were scrounging for foreign exchange currencies. And there were so many currency controls when I was there that you had to get it out with gold. This was fun. That was weird. I became a gold bug temporarily.
It makes
not
sense.
really, but yeah, I mean it does, right? But anyway, I think about this because like that was how I grew up, right? And and when my parents entered the kind of next class up, when my mom became a nurse, housing had become so expensive that they couldn't really get out of that old house by that time. Like there'd been so much appreciation, but not enough where they could sell that house and then buy a bigger house safely. It was interesting to see. And I mean, even now that house is not worth a lot of money. Like even with the appreciation that we've seen, it's like they haven't seen it.
I remember getting into a little argument on Twitter with somebody about do you remember when this group of like reactionary idiots like tried to, I forget who they tried to, they had a plot to kidnap somebody. This was before COVID.
In Michigan?
I can't remember. In Michigan, yes.
Yeah.
And everyone was like sort of circulating pictures of one of the guys' houses and say like there was this whole discourse about whether they were privileged or not. And I was like, they're probably in mountains of debt.
Right.
You know?
I mean, they're probably, if they have the same stats as the Jan Sixers, the Jan Sixers are all lumpenized people from a variety of class backgrounds that used to be comfortable.
Sure.
Like
right.
They're in mountains of debt. A lot of them are like in sketchy businesses. They're semi-bankrupt. They're now doing contracting, but they bought their stuff in better times.
Yeah. And to be fair, their ability to get the loan to have that debt does indicate some level of privilege. Sure.
Yeah, of course.
But this idea that they are like, I don't know, affluent is.
Yeah, it's laughable.
If they were affluent, they wouldn't be doing this crazy shit.
Right.
They would have too much to lose.
I tried to tell, like, I will say the New York Times a year and a half later did a good expose on the people who were involved in Jan 6. And what you saw is working class, petite bourgeois, former professionals. But the trend, when you actually dig deeper, is lost job, retirement failing, declaring bankruptcy. And a lot of them were in, like, purple and blue states.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't like red state poor trailer bumpkins, which is what people tend to push. Which I would think people would give that shit up after years and years and years and years. I mean, because that's been the stereotype. I mean, it's definitely a stereotype in the 90s and the aughts, right? Like I remember like getting really mad when people were like, "Well, all these trailer park people are Bush voters," and I'm like, "Well, some of them are, but some of them." They have criminal records. They can't vote.
Yeah.
Like
a lot of them probably just don't even vote or think about it very much.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, Clyde Burrow, he came on my show. He's a professor who's like, trying to revitalize the lumpen proletariat thesis and take away the moralization of it too. Right.
Yeah.
But he was pointing out that like, both the right and the left have their lumpen prole that they use as a mass base that aren't their voter base.
Yeah.
Like, and by the left here, we mean the Democrats, but like basically the urban poor is the Democrats and the rural and ex-urban poor are the Republicans, and their voter base is petite bourgeois. But that's not the people that you're seeing do this stuff. They're not the people who are going out and breaking shit up. Those people probably don't vote. I mean, the irony is, I would not be surprised if we were to discover, and we won't discover because this shit is self-reported, so ballots are secret. But I wouldn't be surprised if we had total knowledge. We find that a lot of those Jan Sixers didn't vote. Like, I would not be surprised at all.
I wouldn't be super surprised, especially if they're from solidly blue states where they think There's
it's
no
not going to
point.
matter anyway, right?
Right.
Like, there's a whole lot of stuff going into that. And so, I mean, and it is interesting to me because I feel like that part of American life is not being portrayed right now, like at all. Like, and that is part of why they're going crazy. But, and I think it's particularly pernicious at a time when, like, if you make under $60,000 a year, your life expectancy is dropping. It particularly, honestly, if you're white, more so than anyone else, but everybody's. And like, no one's talking about it really. Like, it's very strange. It'll come up occasionally when someone does something like that. You know, that show that won an Oscar a year ago that's basically bought by Amazon. But even that, like, even that's kind of like propaganda. So I mean, it's interesting, and you know what? I don't know that people would watch it either. Let's be honest, but like I think about Modern Family versus All in the Family, right? Like, Modern Family is an upper middle class,
Oh, totally.
if not even upper
that's got
class.
PMC
Like,
written all over it.
right? I mean, like, and it's supposed to represent everybody.
Yeah, sure.
And like, I think about All in the Family and Good Times, which were the black and white versions of that, respectively. And that, I mean, you know, for all off color it was, because it was fairly honest. Both those shows were. I can't imagine a show that had an apartment in New York that would actually be what a family could afford, that was an apartment in New York. You know, I mean, and you saw that this has been a trend since the 90s. And even Roseanne, for everyone talking about it like, you know, it's a working class life, that house was big for a working class house.
I would love to have Roseanne's house.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not even, that's not accurate. Like,
I would
yes,
kill to have Roseanne's house.
they had stories, and yes, it looked more like a working class person's house
Yeah.
than anything else on television in the late 80s and 90s. But even it was not accurate to what we grew up in. Like, it was, like, I thought that house was big. Like, you know, and it's interesting to me. I had a European person who like got all up on me once for saying like, all Americans live in big houses and you're not poor. And I was like, no, A, they don't. There's a lot more renters than you realize. And B, like, it was a lot easier to buy a house than it is in Europe, where Europe's gone through the cycle that, you know, the US is going through now. They went in that in like the 60s.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting, you know, that like basically all media sold to people, even the, you know, real gritty media like Roseanne, is aspirational. Even when its topics aren't, but it's not going to show anything like it actually is. I mean, it would be too depressing, I think.
It would be bleak, unwatchable, boring.
It would, I mean, yeah, it would, I mean, that's the one thing about, you know, I remember talking about this from Train Spotting and like knowing heroin and opioid addicts and going like, yeah, Train Spotting makes it seem like a way more interesting than it actually was.
For sure.
Like,
you've talked about how we are probably in a recession with respect to what, like physical goods.
Oh yeah, I have evidence that I believe that profits have been down on physical goods for like 20 years, and what I think happened is a surprise moving to just-in-time manufacturing, having the shock of COVID, having a shock of war, even if it's not one the U.S. is directly in a place that doesn't seem crucial, but is, because of how spread out and internationalized the food chain is, which is also why I'm like finding MMT claims to be absurd, because all the MMT claims like, oh, the government's setting the price for grain because it's the number one purchase, the U.S. government's number one purchase of grain in the fucking planet. Like, what are you on? Like,
right.
Like, that's ridiculous. But yet I've heard people, and I've had someone on the show, and that show has a lot of downloads, who made the argument. And I like him, he's presenting Warren Mosler's argument, and I'm like, you can only believe that if the only thing you think about economy is balance books, and you aren't looking at purchasing balance books, like, because the examples that they give it for, like, unskilled labor is true. Like, if for example, semi-skilled labor, I shouldn't say unskilled because I don't believe in that, but semi-skilled labor, employed by the federal government gets a raise to $15 an hour, everybody's wages in the United States will see a boost, and it will hover between $2 or $3 adjusted for PPP around that level, because the federal government is an employer of last resort in a lot of areas, and the areas that it's not are already fairly well off. So there you go. But, and that's, despite what right-wingers say, that's not why we have inflation. It's caused by a mixture of supply chain issues plus plus trying to recuperate the cost of labor by raising prices, which they've done effectively. And one of the things I hate to say for the left that they've missed is the highest proportion of profits going to workers that we've seen in the last 20 years was actually in 2019. So there you go. And our infrastructure is falling apart. The infrastructure investment is not going to come fast enough. It's not going to be mobilizable fast enough because there's not enough fucking workers. And that's because the demographic crisis of the baby boom leaving was accelerated too. And we've all known it was coming, and we pretended like it wasn't. And then you also add to the fact that childcare is unbelievably motherfucking expensive. And public schools don't cut it, and we are not okay socially with latchkey kids anymore. I was gonna say people just left us at home, but still, that's not really allowed anymore. You have heat wave decimating India's food price. It's like killed off 50% of its crop. Climate change. Now, I know some people are going to. In fact, unfortunately, my friend Arnold from Fight Like an Animal has pointed out the belief in climate change goes down the more undeniable it is, which is terrifying. But regardless, to me, this is like the last 4 years of the years where this is literally undeniable. So we have massive wheat loss. We've already talked about Ukraine. You got, the world's most productive wheat fields, even though it's only 2% of the world's grain, it made up the marginal difference, like for most of the planet. And so India is having to keep its own grain because it's going to still have to net import. And raw commodity profits are shit. This is the other thing I've been trying to point out to people, like who invest in non-IP raw commodities for return that even about the normal 2 to 3% inflation? Almost nobody. Like, all this stuff was going into rent-seeking markets and IP and government-sponsored capital and. So there's been nothing going into this, which also means that between that regulation and monopolization, which, by the way, monopolization is not because of governments, it's because of actually what the processes I'm talking about here. Both, trying to consolidate your supply chain, get your costs down, right. Being able to get monopsony or monopoly pricing, but that eventually becomes, if that gets into an inflation spiral, that pricing is just nominal. It's just nominal profits. And if you actually look at all that, what you see is like the productive economy in the U.S. and in most of the developed world outside of China has not been making money enough to be a safe investment, which also means the funds to really, to be the funds where shareholders would feel okay sitting on stocks and not buying them back, but also reinvesting into machinery, new equipment, etc., have not been there. So not just do you have public sector infrastructure falling apart, you now have private sector infrastructure falling apart. See the current baby food crisis, the formula crisis. All it takes is one factory now to send everything into all right. That's how no one has stocks. Everything's in like I don't mean stocks like stocks you buy, but like stocks of stuff that you keep. Everything now is treated like it's a goddamn book on demand, which is an IP property. It has completely different functions. And it's really easy to produce comparatively. It's a printer.
And so now I'm wondering, I'm wondering why you don't necessarily buy the neo-feudalism thesis then.
Because the neo-feudalism thesis thinks that we could float all this off rents forever.
Okay, so I was listening to a talk by Robert Brenner. And he was talking about how there is a concerted shift to where the ruling class, or the entities that comprise the ruling class, increasingly don't nourish a system to produce profitability. Instead, they take a larger share through. They take a larger share of a stagnating economic pie.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. What I would say is
just political,
right?
Manipulation.
In feudalism, you directly extracted food rents or money rents from food rents, or conscript army labor. In techno-feudalism, what are you extracting from the population? Nothing. It's a token system, meaning that it's not viable. If you have a non-productive economy, you will collapse because you have a consumer economy that's non-productive. How do you float that? There's nothing to float it on.
Feudalism was productive, right?
And it was steady state productive, right?
It had periods of like you would have this explosion of commercial exchange, and then it would sort of peter out or stall out.
And like you'd see, it was almost like a metabolic process. You'd see tons of commercial exchange falling apart. Ultimately, if you and these stats are projected because they didn't keep them like this. But if like people have gone through like the English Doomsday Book and converted them to how we figure out stats, they figure out like growth was either like 0.0% or essentially steady state, like it's almost stagnant. You'd have periods of growth and then periods of massive decline, and like net would pretty much stable out. It's also where Malthusian calculuses are actually true, like even down to like disease and whatnot. But the thing is, that's based on a physical, real thing that you eat and physical, real land that you take by force.
Right.
And the laws were weird. Like if you look at the legal history and the legal monetary history of this, like feudalism doesn't seem all that coherent. But what I'm saying is like, okay, let's say we have robots producing stuff, but someone's got to keep up the robots. Someone's got to keep all this stuff going. The rich extracting so much from that, even if it's nominal, but they're not extracting it nominally. So let's say most of profits are just nominal profits, but they're still spending them to get real wealth. What I'm saying is if the techno-feudal thesis is correct, it's not a survivable economy. Like it actually means that Grossman's correct and it's all about to fucking fall apart.
Yeah.
Like,
because you don't see, I was also reading, I'm doing some research on feudalism because I'm going to do like a video about Elden Ring, and I'm going to try to trick people into learning about feudalism.
Smart.
I was reading
use people's lack of discipline against them.
A semi-recent article by Chris Wickham. It's probably from his book or something.
Yeah, I'm actually been. Have you been listening to my theories over there on the pod? That's us with the Regrettable Century Brothers talking about Chris Wickham.
I listened to. Is that the No Royal Road series?
Which we're actually going to talk about the neo-feudalism thesis and compare it to feudalism. And I think we're going to debate all this stuff. Yeah,
good. I look forward to that.
Because I'm convinced of the conditions that the neo-feudalists are describing. I don't think it's a viable economy. Like I don't see how And what I think what we're seeing is all it takes for the Fed to do one thing, and then for there to be a real material shortage in the world, and all this fictitious capital falls the fucking apart. It's so fragile.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm seeing. Like, stocks are just like, we've been invincible no matter what for, oh my God, collapse. Like, and it hadn't collapsed yet. Like, as bad as it's been,
it's
interesting going to.
Because feudalism was an astoundingly stable system.
Right. And this would be the opposite. It would be an astoundingly unstable system.
Right.
It would be like Bitcoin as the world economy and how we feed ourselves. It's insane.
And Wickham, I think the reason he argues it was so stable is because it had these two major tendencies, and they both, no matter which one was the case, it reinforced feudal logic.
Mm-hmm.
Like it, and the first was that, like, when there was exchange,
right.
it was a result of the demand of lords, who are a minority, and it's such a small minority that that doesn't really get you to capitalism, right?
Right.
And then the second one is that when there was a sort of boom in commercial activity, because you had these super powerful lords that were so powerful that even peasants could partake in commercial exchange, that made them less likely to expel the peasants from the land so that they could be proletarianized. And so no matter what the case is, it reinforces feudal logic.
Right. Even though feudalism in all other ways is an inherently unstable system, like legally, it's like, I mean, we talked about
it was
Wickham
a shit show.
Wickham's describing them trying to keep like imperial law working at long since there's any of the conditions that applied it actually made any sense. And so you had like almost two completely separate like operators of exchange, one of which didn't really work. And yet the rent seeking economy plus these periods like metabolic periods of like go out, do mercantile activity, come back in, kind of worked. I mean, and the other option that we have when we look at that is like Banerjee's like mercantile capitalism, which has capitalism existing in some form all the way back to like the middle of the fucking Roman Empire, which is wild because it almost like grants the markets equal capital thesis of libertarians like validity.
Right. And it's sort of it's sort of parallel to like Graeber thinking like if you do exchange of any kind, that's capitalism, and if you share something, that's communism.
Yo, Mike, don't bring up David Graeber. Makes me angry because his early books are good, but sometime around right after he wrote Debt, which is a mixed book, it's not bad though. I mean, I've had arguments with the Strange Matters people about that period of Graeber's, but like his brain just fell out.
Doesn't Banerjee though? Doesn't Banerjee at least grant that it's like?
Oh, he thinks mercantile capitalism is not really the same thing as capitalism, but because you have to like look at the dominant characteristics of merchant exchanges, if you look at the dominant characteristics, we can say that it's close enough to capitalism to effectively be capitalism because we do that for the early modern period. And I'm like, oh, what you're telling to me is like mercantilism isn't capitalism. What you're telling me. But
you need capital reinvestment, and it needs to be sustained over a long period of time, and it needs to
free labor, capital reinvestment,
and not
variable capital,
not like credit, not like loans to kings for wars.
Right.
It needs to be invest into business ventures to make a profit.
And you only see that in the Italian city-states, and you only see it coherent. Well, you see it actually. I do. This is where I am a little not Brennery. I look at Brundell and some of the longue durée thesis, even though I'm a Marxist. You see that first in monasteries when the feudal labor shortage hits. You see that beginning to happen where they start reinvesting into labor-saving technologies and trading for a profit to reinvest into themselves, but it's like these little micro economies and monasteries.
What period is this? Why is there
this is like the
shortage?
12th and 13th period. This is right before and right after the Black Death. But this happens like a couple of places, like in micro economies, but it doesn't ever take off. It doesn't become a social system, right?
Yeah.
Like this was my whole question when I started, then I became a Marxist, and I was like, well, like my first question was, okay, I took the Trotskyist and old high Soviet stage theory seriously, but then I was like, well, why the fuck didn't capitalism develop out of the mercantile system when they started moving away from slavery after the 3rd century and the 5th century in the Roman Empire? Like, and then that was my question. Wickham is the answer to that question, right?
Wickham answers it. Other people would say, well, conquest or external factors,
right? Are like stuff like Samir Amin's tributary mode of production, which applies to so many different kinds of societies. It's not really clarifying.
Yeah.
Like it gets you out of shit like Oriental despotism, but yeah. Whoa, man, Mark. Sometimes you should question your bourgeois interlocutors a little more. But because I've always like Oriental despotism, they here be dragons of
pretty much
of Marxian political economy before 1870. But in a very real sense, you have this. You also see this. Okay, so you have these merchants. You see this develop actually out of like the city-state economy with banking from the church, banking from the Crusades, and the trade with the Byzantine Empire and the Italian city-states. But again, you don't have mass-scale privatizations, and you don't have really the beginnings of agrarian labor. It takes the Protestant Reformation in England to do that on a mass scale, which is the point that I think Brenner actually makes, which is why I'm like, yeah, you can kind of say capitalism starts in the Italian city-states, but it's not a viable full-scale system until England.
It stalls out, yeah.
Right. And people are laughing because, like, we're totally, like, we were talking about horror movies an hour ago, and now we're talking about Chris Wickham.
It's just been on my mind because I
want to make a horror movie about actual feudal economies.
It would be fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
It would be absolutely a good subject to do that with.
I mean, because like, for example, that's what George R.R. Martin fucks up. He doesn't really understand. For all of his understanding of feudal politics, which I actually think for a fantasy writer is fairly good, he doesn't understand feudal economies. He assumes they're early Renaissance economies. Like,
yeah, he's projecting.
Yeah, he's projecting like idea. The War of the Roses, but from a like 15th century economic standpoint, where the Italian city-states are fully developed.
He does get the sort of, he gets the intrigue. He gets that right. He gets he
gets class relations
politics
kind of right, actually. You know, relatively speaking, like he understands that lords are totally parasitic on a massive superstructure of people, which they matter not a whit.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, but like, you know, how, like, I really want them to like talk about like the complicated relations between trading in kind and gold. Because it's also like, let's be honest, the feudal economies are the here be dragons of modern monetary theory too.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to deal with that. And they'll like take out tally sticks or something to try to make an argument. And you look at it and like, no, that's not what they were doing. Like that was an exchange mechanism.
What I'm kind of wondering, you know, you're saying like a neo-feudal thing would immediately collapse. And the one, I guess the one thing or the one caveat I have with that is the same caveat that Wickham brings up when he talks about how like you have the clearance of new land, you have higher crop yields, and that makes taxes and rents fall in real terms. And
right.
This obviously gives an advantage to peasants, but if you're a powerful enough lord, you can just increase rents by force. And so
which they do.
And that's the caveat I have is
But who's
The
making
ruling
the shit
the
for
ruling
them to
class
extract from?
can just force us to do whatever they want. At
Not
the end of
really,
the
though.
day, they have drones, they have nuclear bombs.
The deployment of a nuclear bomb in civil society kills them too.
I guess.
I mean, no, I pointed it like if California leaves, yes, we'll nuke them. But like, what I mean, it's in all seriousness, like that's always like the laughable thing when people are like, we're going to separate whether they liberal or conservative. I'm like, and you will cease to exist within a few minutes. Also, your economy is totally based on the dollar solvency. So I don't know.
I could be, I could be sort of taking too seriously the U.S. power projection. Maybe that's a flaw in my thinking, but if shit really hits the fan, I do think the rich are gonna be able to at least consolidate their power and have some degree of.
Not if their currency is worthless, and not if the information systems fall down, because they don't have. Like, that's the funny thing about all this.
So yeah, okay. So you're predicting total
No,
collapse.
I'm not. But I'm not actually. But I'm saying if the techno-feudal thesis goes all the way, that's
they're
what
right.
it would lead to. Like if you have a worldwide economy operating off that, right? And you assuming that China has to stay connected in, it can't like become some weird socialist. And right now, I don't know how. Like even with their grain requisition, they would run out of food in a few years. What you have is what you really have is a completely unviable economic system, which they can try to force people to do shit, but they are so removed from the population, they don't have a middle tier of support to do it. Like they have drones, but you don't just get people to work for you by killing them. Like you'd also have to offer some kind of viable protection, and there had to be a viable threat. Those things would be kind of off the table. Like, and so like the techno neo-feudalism just assumes there aren't material limits to our overlords too, that they're not actually stuck in this with us. And to a large extent, yes, the worst starts to happen, they're the most insulated. Totally true. Which is also why, like, I've always kind of found the general strike mythology weird. Like Kautsky pointed out forever ago that like if you're starving out the bourgeoisie and you can win that, you could have already won just taking it from them.
Just do a revolution.
And if you can't, then or even hell, just vote them out. And if you can't, you're going to starve before they run out of food. They have the food. They have the means to make the food, even if they don't know how to run it. I don't know, man. I think what I think we're seeing is something is happening. There's some real limit that we're hitting, and we've been floating it over with rents, right? And a lot of the profitability is nominal, and a lot of the left, unfortunately, like I don't disagree. Like I actually agree with like 80% of modern monetary theory, but the part that I disagree on is like the physical economy.
It's kind of important.
Which is the most, so I'm like, okay, you're right about how money works in a place. Well, not that any small country can do it. I actually I think
no,
I don't think the reasons why the sovereign countries are sovereign is just ideology. Like, I think it's very specific kinds of trade route power and integration. People are like, well, Japan's not part of it. Yes, it is. Like, so, you know, and why doesn't China do it? There's reasons why China doesn't do it, because the foreign exchange currency is important, and China would lose a lot of its sovereign power if it actually did what modern monetary said, and floated its currency and wanted to be an exchange currency. Like it wouldn't be able to do certain things. And so I have to kill a porn bot. Excuse me.
oh yeah, I see him.
This will be a YouTube only. Well, no, I'll give it to my patrons. But I think, and I might actually hire Paul to fix this into something coherent.
Good luck,
Paul. But one thing I will say is, like, I don't know what we're moving into, but I think the neo-feudal thesis could only ever be a transitionary thesis. And unlike classical feudalism, I don't see the material thing that would keep it together, because robots and data require an extreme amount of energy and labor to keep clean, more than people realized. Like this is like, I'm a big cybernetic theorist, but this is the one thing I've been thinking about more and more the more I think about the complexity of just keeping a fucking database clean, because most things can't do it. Like, just because of the real flow of information isn't. And so like some of this neo-feudal stuff seems to just take this internet myth about the non-physicality of these rentier economies at face value without looking at their energy costs. And I don't see how the hell you can do that.
That's a really good point. And I do think I'm getting in my head too much. I like the past year or so, I've agreed with what you're saying. And then I started reading about all this stuff and I was like, and then I see people defending Elon Musk and I'm like, I don't know. Can he convince enough people that he's a lord?
Well,
it's kind of scary.
I do think we have. I mean, what's the interesting thing about this particular? And I don't think Elon Musk is stupid, but I have been laughing at all the people who tell me he's not going to lose money, and then he loses money. But the one thing
he's not stupid, but he's also like, if you're the richest guy in the world,
and you got there from subsisting off of. Hey, you got there because of two. I mean, we forget that the two other richest people in the world gave away most of their money. Because they have more than God anyway, so why not?
And his wealth is largely just a product of a massively inflated economy or stock market.
One that's been held up by government, either direct investment or government policy the entire time. I mean, we see that like when Facebook as soon as Facebook tried to do something material with the metaverse, and it started losing a few users younger, and QE was starting to, the moment they said QE was going to stop, what happened to Facebook stocks?
Bingo.
And I've been pointing out, like, we've had QE as the bottom tier for these rentier seeking economies, making sure that there is enough liquidity to keep them going, kind of like a Ponzi scheme, the entire rise of this period of the internet and all this money. Like, and I hate to quote Matt Stoller, but Matt Stoller's right that both Obama and Trump effectively decided that keeping the stock market was worth not doing much of anything else to build up the physical economy in the U.S. Now, Stoller's kind of a liberal productivist, and I don't think that would work now because, you know, I have both my systems complexity theory and entropy laws going in one ear, and the fact that I'm one of the half of the Marxists who still believe that even though Marx didn't argue for it very well, that the declining rate of profits is real and has been observed by everyone studying economics going back to the 13th century. So, you know,
I would say Stoller's, he's one of the good capitalists.
Yeah, I mean, Stoller went out and said, like, look, we haven't been making anything in which you can produce. We're going to have to do massive infrastructure investment. And I'm just like, yeah, and then you're going to run into a profit wall when you try to do it completely within one nation. Right? But, and also you can't do it quick enough. Like, that's the thing I've always laughed about. Even like the Green New Deal people, we're going to take all these jobs and reskill them into Green New Deal jobs. And I'm like, you're going to reskill them in a fucking year.
That was always a pipe dream. I mean,
like, that's insane. Like, why would you lie about, like, to me, that's a lie. Like, you're lying to your constituency. Like, we need something like the Green New Deal. We absolutely do. But you're not going to be able to reskill them for meaningful labor immediately. You would have to welfare them, and that's not going to go over well. Nobody really likes that. Very few people actually want to do nothing.
Yeah. Contra Office Space.
No, I mean, we're all trying to maximize our use of energy, but being totally unproductive depresses people.
Not having a purpose in life. That's
Right.
yeah.
And our purpose is to, our purpose isn't building, it tends to have a negative psychological effect. Now it doesn't. We don't have to be producing surplus. I'm not one of those people who thinks we need to like constantly waste energy and constantly expand, because again, feudalism didn't. And not that I want to go back to feudalism. My God, like capitalism, at least through most of its history, is preferable to that. But
Sure.
You know,
feudal logic was extremely persistent. It wasn't very pleasant for pretty much anyone involved.
Right. Well, I've also, you know, my thing about why Medicare for all is partially impossible is, one, it's hard to get rid of industries that already exist, which is why the National Healthcare Service happened before there was really insurance agencies in Britain of any significant size. There were insurance agencies, but like health insurance, which isn't an insurance also, because like this is where my old libertarian, like I've never been a libertarian, but I was trained in conservative economics. I'm like, health insurance is an insurance because it's guaranteed you're going to have to use it. Like it's a weird market distorting mechanism.
That's like the way you're thinking has more in common with Marxism than liberals.
Well, yeah. Well, this is how you're absolutely correct that my paleo conservative economic views were really easy to transfer into Marxism than the social planning views that I, you know, that people, where I'm like, you know, that like, okay, giving people money to buy a market distorting mechanism without putting cost controls in it is like idiotic. Why would you do that? Like, it will make insurance either less effective, which is what it ultimately actually did, or way more expensive, which is what it ultimately actually did both things that I was afraid it would do. With some mitigation that the very worst and most marginalized will have some way to buy it at kind of high cost that will be ameliorated in certain rich states. Like, which is like, I predicted that in 2009. Like, and that was just, it wasn't like I'm a genius either. And this was when I was becoming a leftist, but I still had that economic training, right? Now, I think most of like Austrian and neoclassical economics is bullshit, but that kind of stuff is real.
Yeah.
So it's and people are right. Like you needed a Soviet boogeyman to do things, which is part of my argument about why China is not communist, because it doesn't scare the capitalists that much. No, they flock to get access to its markets, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might shoot Jack Ma and, you know, whatever. And yeah, local capitalists are still subordinate to the party, but international capital just has to can still pretty much do what it wants. It has to play by some rules that inconvenience it sometimes. Like
this sort of impending recession, I think even, you know, a year ago
I was wrong about the recession during COVID, but
well, they took extraordinary measures to stall it, to keep it from happening.
But I wasn't wrong about what those extraordinary measures would cost, because I was like, oh, housing prices, which were already hard, are going to go through the roof because they're protected now. Which I know I sound like a conservative when I say that, but I'm like, you know, you're like, the way you did that, like particularly because states like they did stuff that really favored people who already had wealth, because like if you had a 401k, it became no cost to dig it out, throw it in your house, use that to buy a house. Like that's what they did that made all these people who already had housing equity and like long-standing 401ks, basically baby boomers and better off Gen Xers, and some millennials who were in very specific fields, be able to snap up houses and drive them up. And also you had all these millennials who finally got wealth from their boomer family, even if their boomer family didn't die. Like those things happen all at the same time. And people are like, well, there's no wealth going to the millennials. I'm like, no. 80% of millennials aren't going to see shit. Right. But like the 20% who are, they just bought my neighborhood.
Yep. It totally priced us out of the housing market. We were considering getting a house before this, and it's absolutely insane.
I was when my partner and I, so I used to be a homeowner. in my divorce, because I'm not a monster, I came to an agreement with my ex that she could, because in Utah I would have to sell the house, and I knew the housing market was hot, and she was also dealing with cancer, so I was letting she been clear, but we didn't know if it was going to come back. So I was like, okay, just give me what I paid into it back, right? Like I'll eventually be able to use that for a down payment.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's totally fair. You get to keep the house. I forgo any additional equity off except for that. Like, okay, fine. A house that in 2009 sold for $99,000 sold to us for, I'll just say what it was, $250,000. Now sells for, and this is in the quote bad side of town, double that in less than 5 years.
Now I gotta think that this has got to end. Something like.
But the thing is, all this investment money that was tied up in these markets, like, yes, the millennials are driving this up, but like what we saw here in Salt Lake, in my working class, mostly brown neighborhood, right? I already felt bad. Well, I don't really feel bad for being a gentrifier because it wasn't my choice anyway. But, you know what we saw? The houses are sitting fallow.
Yep.
They're not on the market. They're being held for rents or to be sold later. So, like, some of them are selling to families, but a lot of them aren't. Like rental properties, which people were already making a profit on, were going on the market and being bought to be made into rental properties in the future, but being sat on right then. In fact, I had to move out of my apartment, my house I was renting, because it got sold. Like, we were ideal renters. The landlord loved us. He tried to sell it to us. But even with the money back from my ex, I didn't have it. So I just dumped that into paying off debt. But, so because there's no reason to save it. Like, what are you going to do with it? Like, I guess I could invest it, but I don't want to invest it in I've been waiting for the market to do something weird for a long time.
Yeah. You might be able to get some cheap electronics in a few months.
Yeah. That'll be cool once we can build transistors again. And people are right. Yeah. People are going to hold on to their low interest rate mortgages if they're fixed, if they're not idiots.
Of course.
So, like,
of course.
And I've been pointing this out with people who, like, with the MMTers are right about this. The Volcker shock didn't cause inflation to go down. And what is interesting is when Powell presented this, he didn't use the neoclassical argument that it will decrease spending and increase savings, and thus eventually increase slower investment, thus, lowering. No, he said it would weaken labor, which isn't even the primary cause of current inflation. Almost nobody, including conservative economists, think that's the case.
I do think the whole raising interest thing is really, that's what it's really about anyway.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you have a labor shortage in key industries, how the fuck are you going to cause enough labor shortage? Like, even I've seen conservative papers like, this doesn't make sense as a way to fight stagflation, because even if you think you need a certain amount of unemployment to do that, you have a massive labor shortage. Are you going to shrink the economy and the real wealth enough to get it down to that? Do you have any idea what that would take?
Yeah, the implications of that are horrifying.
I've been worried for a long time. I mean, and this is why I'm with them. Like, my complaint about the MMTers is about their inflation theories, but they're right about this stuff. They're absolutely right about it. And they're also right, by the way, that this has not been demand pull inflation. It's been cost push inflation.
Cost push, yeah.
Actually, it's like the Forex people call it supply chain cascade effect inflation, actually, because what you see is and this is true with tariffs too. Foreign goods go up in price, local goods go up in price. Other people have to raise their prices to compete because they can, but also their goods don't sell as well if they're cheaper to relative value, because people assume that they're not as good. I mean, this is an irrational thing, but it is something that's been empirically studied. Which, by the way, is when Marxists talk about profits, they're not talking about marginal. Well, if they are, they're idiots. We're not talking about nominal profits. All right, we're talking about real purchasing power profits. So
we're not marginalists,
right? Which is huge. This is why people don't understand a lot of I don't think I think there's been a lot of profits in the system, but they're nominal. They're based off of not much productive, and they if we actually hit a real physical barrier like we did in the 70s, they will spiral out of control. I've been saying this, and people have been telling me the 70s was a policy choice. And I'm like, the 70s gas crisis was a policy choice? Like, okay, what policy could they have done to fix that?
right? That's the question. Yeah, it's looking bleak.
Yeah, stagflation was the result of the supply shot in oil, but when people say that, they think that's getting them out of something. No, what it's saying is everything is getting a razor margins, and all it takes is one commodity shock to throw everything into chaos.
Yeah, and how much did they raise the interest rate in the 70s versus how much they're raising it now?
I mean, this tells you how much there isn't in the system, because these incremental weights are terrifying people. And in the 70s, like, people saw rates increase from like 3 to 8%. Like, so people are like, well, rising unemployment caused by rate hikes. But if we have massive unemployment, but a labor shortage, that is not the conditions of the 70s. We don't know what that does. How do you have that?
It sounds like an oxymoron.
Like, so you start like encouraging massive unemployment, then you have a labor shortage. So, I mean, what you're actually encouraging is a reallocation of labor downwards, right? Like, to lower paid labor. So, like, a bunch of tech bros who were upper middle class are going to get real hurt. We're already seeing that. They already work by contract anyway. Some of them be gobbled up by other firms.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think it's like everyone's been predicting like de-dollarization, and like we haven't been seeing that either. In fact, the dollar's been getting stronger. Like, if things were getting rapidly de-dollarized, the dollar in the international market would trade for less. And we're like, well, Putin's making people trade in rubles. Well, yeah, so he can get euros to buy stuff, not in rubles. Duh. Do you not understand how foreign exchange works? Then I realized, no, they don't. Like, they've spent so much time in their own, like, they don't understand how foreign exchange works. So, like, I had to buy stuff in Egyptian pounds so that they could get my dollars.
I was going to say, most people don't need to know how it works.
Right. You know, and so, but what bothers me is when people like Adam Tooze or even James K. Galbraith starts throwing this stuff out there, and I know they have to know better, or they've drank their own Kool-Aid.
It reminds me of Piketty a lot.
Piketty! Anyway, go ahead. What does it remind you of Piketty about? Piketty makes me mad. Piketty's like so almost right, and then I read this
exactly
like, that's so dumb.
Exactly.
Like, you were almost there.
I haven't even. To be fair, I haven't even read Piketty. I've watched his documentary.
I have read parts of that book. I did like he did finally get liberals to stop talking about just income and start talking about wealth, which took a remarkably long time for them to do.
That's a feat.
But then they immediately used it to make aggregate racial comparisons without adjusting for class differences. They're so stupid. Why, Dave? Why are they so? I actually have to believe, because some of these people are, well, I know why they're so stupid. Actually, like, it's not stupidity. It's not like these people aren't idiots. That's not what I'm saying. Their knowledge sectors have gotten so specialized that they
Yep.
no longer have a bullshit detector outside of their immediate specialty, and thus they will believe most anything that doesn't conflict with their immediate specialty, as predicted by Joseph Tainter and hyper complex systems and advanced knowledge economies, which depresses the shit out of me. It means that our professional managerial class sucks at their job. Then they're not a class and they're not coherent, but that's neither here nor there. The basic point still remains. Our elites can't do their job. They've gotten too specialized. And they drank their own Kool-Aid. That was the other thing that shocked me when Cooper Ranowski and I would talk about this, right? Like, when I started meeting all these, upper officers, I always thought they were cynical. And when I would, like when I was teaching diplomats kids and being invited to the foreign club, and thus I would get to meet some of these officers. I mean, I got invited to like the Mexican attache's Cinco de Mayo celebration, and like was
fun.
sitting with like a second major general of Sweden when I was in shorts at a diplomatic event. That was fun, but it was an embarrassing situation. It was definitely one of those moments where like I am not in my class.
Yeah,
so,
I wouldn't have handled myself well in that situation.
Yeah. I just thought I was going to a Mexican consulate sponsored Cinco de Mayo party. But anyway, the moral of this story is, though, I started meeting those people and realized, no, Cuba's right. They believe what they say. Like,
there are very few people who believe they're the villain.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, Eisenhower, this was what I always would tell people when they would give me JFK conspiracies, that he was really a secret global anti-globalist after being a globalist. That's a virtue version, or the communist version that you occasionally hear that even people like Chapo will sometimes entertain, that like he was secretly becoming an anti-imperialist. And I'm like, the thing is, though, from everything I've read, Eisenhower not only knew he was full of shit, occasionally would say it to the public, hence the industrial, the military industrial complex speech. JFK believed it. From everything I've read, JFK believed he drank the Kool-Aid.
I think so too. He was a true believer.
And like, yes, he was like, I think there was a conflict in how inhumane they were going to be about that Kool-Aid. And Johnson was more willing to go along, but then Johnson was also more of a New Deal Democrat than JFK ever was. JFK was a proto-neoliberal.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, like he was openly cooing everybody, and I think a part of me just goes, you guys, he died, so you don't have to deal how much of a villain he really was. And even the left has bought into that shit, baby boomer bullshit, which makes me think that the 9/11 conspiracy theorists are ultimately going to win in the historical memory too, which is depressing.
That's very depressing.
Because the JFK conspiracy. I mean, there's a lot of inconsistencies with JFK conspiracy. There's a lot of inconsistencies with the 9/11 report. Like, let's not lie. But oh my God, that's everything is bad.
I mean, I don't want to sound like too much of an idealist, but I think it's a good thing that you have a bunch of different, very smart people on your show to try to keep yourself in check and to try to put them in check. Because I do think there's a major problem, especially with specialists living in little bubbles.
My primary example of this, and I'm not going to mention his name because I don't like slagging off prior guests, but I had a friend who told me, like, hey, this is Russian speaking Jewish man who was born in Russia. Come on, talk to him. And I got the most Rand Corporation propaganda I've ever gotten. Like, and for a leftist, I don't think there's good people in this war. Like, I think actually the ghouls on our side, on all sides, there's sides that are winning. I do think like Europe might have a Nazi problem after stuff in Ukraine, but then like as bad as Putin is, what's going to come out of Russia after this, and after it, particularly if it continues to bleed for a long time, is either the Grozny of Kiev, and then potentially a nuclear war, which fuck that, or something worse than Putin out of United Russia, and I'm not just
worse.
talking about
Liberals think Putin is Hitler. It could get much worse than Putin.
Oh yeah. But someone's talking about Nixon, and like everyone's evaluating Nixon as a secret leftist. I'm like, no, Nixon was just the last competent right-wing liberal.
Yes. Yes.
like he was just a competent right-wing liberal.
Which is why he was so paranoid.
Right. It's just been a while since we haven't seen people high on their own fumes. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if Obama was a self Kool-Aid drinker, and I don't think we'll know that for a long time. But
that's an interesting question.
I just don't know. Like, in some ways, that man's a cipher to me. Like, everybody kind of likes him personally, but like, I always point out, like, since the end of the Clinton years, for the status quo to maintain, we needed a great president who was like far, and we've just had like shitty to like at best didn't fuck things up any worse presidents.
Yeah,
which is the best
you
can say. The world historically important, but for reasons not really about who they were, are like but more about who they were than what they did. And when I hear lists from people like Obama as one of the best presidents, I'm like, I mean, admittedly, in the 20th century, you don't got much after Eisenhower. And I think if anything, I have always been like, well, the American political class has always been kind of shit. Like we don't produce that many great figures. Like, even by bourgeois standards, let's be honest. And not just as Britain either, actually, if I think about it.
Oh God.
Island. Yeah. Someone like Obama knew what he was doing, but felt resigned to it. I think that's true, actually. I think like he there was a sense of fatalism about him when you read some of the way he talks about it. But I mean, it is interesting because I think Obama's biggest, like if I was a Democratic strategist, I would have been horrified by the fact that Obama brought no new blood into the party at all. Like that it had to come from weird ass socialist and from, because like, what is the Obama wing of the party? Like nobody. David Axelrod.
Axelrod wasn't even invited to his party.
I mean, like Rahm Emanuel. I remember when like Cenk Uygur was singing Rahm Emanuel's praises in like 2006.
Oh, that sounds about right.
I have a long memory for political bullshit. So like it's funny when people are like, TYT. I'm like, well, TYT is always kind of Radlib's at best. Like
Radlib is even kind of,
and that's pushing it for a few of them, right?
That's a compliment.
I mean, Anarcha Spazian's always kind of been slightly Radlibish.
Yeah.
She follows me on Twitter, so I don't talk too much shit. This is objectively probably the most famous person who follows me on Twitter, and I don't know why she does.
People were very critical of her losing her shit recently over Roe versus Wade, but that is a completely appropriate reaction to this.
How bad did she lose her shit? What did she do?
She just had a fucking tirade on the show, and that's exactly how I feel too.
Well, I mean, it's like, yeah. My unpopular opinion, if I'm honest, is that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was right, that the way they justified implied rights in Roe v. Wade was always a time bomb. And
yes.
And that the progressive end of the movement took the war in court as somehow an eternal norm, which it absolutely was not. That was a concession kind of to avoid a civil war, and it's historically weird for the court to be that progressive. And that they took like that someone like Sandra Day O'Connor, or I mean, because even, you know, I remember I was arguing that they wouldn't do it as long as Amy Coney Barrett didn't really believe what she said, but apparently she does. Because this is a cudgel they've been able to hold over their constituency. But then I also said, but that evangelical constituency is actually a minority now. And it's actually just from a game theoretical perspective. And I don't think any justice is thinking this, actually, but throwing them a bone and going federalize it, and then like saying, well, okay, the Republicans are going to try to pass a federal ban, but it will not get the 60 votes, and they won't try to push for it. They won't really try to push for it because they can then hold that over the few remaining evangelicals. That's game theoretically sound. Like, that's what I would do if I was evil. The inverse is true of the Democratic Party too. Yeah, and now they have no incentive to actually really push for it because they think that it'll that's their one chance to revitalize voters. Right, and they could be right. But here's the funny thing about all of it. And some people have realized this, when implied right falls, more than Roe v. Wade falls. Mm-hmm. Like most of 20th century jurisprudence falls. Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. And so you're back to I mean, what I could really see them is trying to reinvigorate the slaughterhouse cases so that the fucking 13th and 14th Amendment barely apply. But but this is a problem. And this is I think my friend Forrest was talking about this, and he's like, it's easier for Americans to imagine the end of the world than the end of the Constitution. But it's kind of true, because the Constitution has not been a valid legal document of which we've actually been ruling from for a long, long time, since we basically stopped adding valid amendments to it. Which has been virtually impossible, right, in my lifetime. I mean, and it's a very early bourgeois document. It's not meant for today. And I am interested as okay, so here's my nightmare scenario that I've floated to some people when they talk about like Trump. And I'm like, well, what happens when the military decides that these right wingers are too dangerous? These left wingers are untrustworthy. And we have a good old fashioned military junta like every other fucking place in the New World, except for Canada. Say that again. When people are like, well, Trump's a threat to democracy, and I'm like, yeah, and they'll run the show into the ground. Do you think the military is going to allow that? And right. Yeah, like 1/3 of them may be yahoos, but 2/3 of them aren't, and none of the brass are. The leadership isn't. Do you think and particularly if they start just blatantly violating the Constitution and the Supreme Court looks like it's captured, do you think that someone might not rationalize their oath for a military junta? We've avoided it. We're one of the only countries in the Americas other than Canada that has. Yeah. And people the U.S. income is too high to. The thing is, I think this is U.S. income is too high for a coup for now. But if people continue doing this, that income will drop. Yeah, just wait. And that will be here. I mean, that would be, because if that starts happening, then the whole forex power that the bourgeoisie has would start to weaken. Do you think they would back something like that? Like, if you're thinking that there's going to be a fascist takeover by an incompetent clown like Trump, and I'm not ruling it as an impossibility, do you really think the military will sit and do nothing when they've already told him no? And you're absolutely right. That's my point. that the U.S. military is super tied to the economy. It's basically what insurers are. I mean, that's what the MMTers don't want to say. Like this is their whole monetary scheme is only possible because of the U.S. military. There's a reason why small nations can't do it. They cannot command people take their currency at market. And I've been saying that for years. I'm like, you guys are right about everything except that you have to, like, the small countries, unless they could produce everything themselves, and no country, not even China, can do that. And have modern standards, they cannot not peg their currency to some other currency, thus, which is a forex currency. And what is keeping that up? Productive capacity, which we still have, but it's cracking, and military force. And China has a productive capacity and almost has a military force. It's not interested in pursuing it our way because here's what China knows. How did the U.S. fall into this position? It got lucky in World War II.
Yeah.
Nuclear bombs and everybody having them changes the equation of anyone being able to be lucky like that ever again.
Exactly. It changes the entire calculus.
And that's what I've been trying to get people to see. And that's why I've been like, none of this stuff, you guys, I mean, I remember when Tom O'Brien was like, oh, this George Floyd, the American empire is over. It's all going to fall. And I was laughing at him. And just horrified that my colleagues were so in the moment that they could. And admittedly, he admitted he was kind of in a fever dream.
Yeah.
But and I've been there.
Sure. Me too.
When I was in Yongpyeong Island in Korea, when there was like, I was like, oh my God, South Korea and North Korea are going to war. And every Korean's like, no, they're not. Don't listen to the US news. And I'm like, okay, but what if they do? And they're, well, then you're dead anyway. And I'm like, fine. Okay, well, if we're all dead anyway, then it doesn't really matter. But you know, so I've been in that fever dream, right? And I was looking at something from the outside too. But I remember just going like, no, this is not anything like that. Like, you know, I have a feeling reactionary forces will be stronger in 2 years, not weaker. And particularly because the media recuperated all this. You know, and U.S. hegemony has lasted longer than anyone thought, you know, because basically everywhere else has been, except for China, has been kind of just as incompetent, and China's got other problems.
Yeah, it's de facto hegemony.
Well, it's not just that. Like China, all the shipping lanes, all the stuff that exists, it's tied into with the United States. So yes, it wants to weaken the United States politically, but it doesn't want to risk any of that. It would collapse everything for them. Their whole, like, you know, I'm assuming Xi means what he says. Like, he's going to do super NEP, and he thinks that that'll lead to socialism, and you can have this without World War, and, you know, just through developing China's needs and then having people buy into that. I mean, I believe he believes that. Like, okay, like I don't think that he's being totally cynical.
COVID really put a wrench into that.
It did. And then the situation with Russia and things not going immediate, like, you know, it did. And then, like, India siding with the Quad and militarily spreading China out has complicated things. Things aren't great for anybody right now. That's just it. I've been saying, like, look, if there was two powers other than the United States that were completely competent and in a good position, all right, then, like, Putin's a competent leader, but Russia's developmental policy has not changed since the abandonment of Khrushchev's policy, like, which was Khrushchev's policy was, okay, we have nuclear weapons, we can start developing consumer goods. That never happened. Andropov, Brezhnev, even Gorbachev didn't pursue that.
Yeah, Russia is such a small economy relative to.
It has tons of raw resources.
Yeah, right.
It has tons of military productive capacity. It has expertise. It does not have a consumer economy.
Right.
And nor do I like. There are people who will argue with me that like, oh, that Putin has the expertise somewhere. And I'm like, really? Then why have they never done it? Like, Putin would be able to fight NATO a lot more effectively if they had more than just gas or more than just raw extracted commodities to countervail NATO economic force like China does. Made mutually assured destruction economically, plus nuclear weapons. You know, the U.S. and China have to, for all their talk, deal with each other on somewhat equal footing, even though both sides are kind of pissy about it. And yes, they're trying to slightly detangle, but everyone's like, oh, that detangling will take decades.
I still think, I mean, with all this talk of multipolarity or whatever, I think through sheer inertia, the United States ends up on top of all this. Still.
Well, yeah, but it's on top of an incredibly crumbling cake.
Yeah, but it's better to be on top.
Right. And that's actually been true since the 90s, really. We blew our hegemonic advantage in like a decade.
Yeah.
But nothing else has been able, like, you know, for example, I've been telling people, like, look, you know, NATO is perfectly willing to sacrifice Ukraine on a blood altar while also talking about how sad it is.
No doubt. It's really
because
fucked up.
It seems like its policy is, even though it might starve the world and totally fuck Europe's energy situation, that Europe itself is like, I don't know, let's turn, you know, a major grain producing area in Eurasia, you know, that's kind of important to everybody, into Afghanistan in the 70s. And Russia took the bait.
They did.
Like, that's the surprising thing. And people were telling me, like, oh, Putin's playing like three-dimensional chess. And I'm like,
I don't see it.
If he had just gone into the Donbass,
right,
like they did in Crimea, I would have thought so. But running for Kyiv, I'm like, no, he's trying to achieve more, and it's not going to go well. Fourth generation warfare with fifth generation drones, like, and the U.S. Yes, the U.S. has actually been stretching its strategic military reserves to do this, but like, and Europe has been way more unified than anyone thought. This whole thing, it's just been like, and like, you know, I mean, today Kissinger was like, yeah, we should just try to push for peace. And
that was so funny.
And giving Crimea, and I'm like, man, we are in a weird place. But it was like George Kennan actually advising them to like push for you know, a Central European Joint Security Agreement, not to freak out Russia. Like George Kennan, you know,
the worst person
devil.
You know.
Yeah, like the devil. Literally the like one of the people that Dr. Strangelove, since we were talking about movie is about. Right. Yeah, I mean, and similarly, like when Kissinger, like, what was it I shared on Twitter today? Kissinger's to the left of crime think. And it's not because we like the Putin government or think that Russia is particularly left, or no. If Ukrainian civil society bleeds out, which will happen, even if it, you know, like, think about what did that do to Iraq? What did that do to Afghanistan?
You are going to at best get like roving bands of extremely reactionary, like Russian, a Russian version of ISIS.
Yeah, and a Ukrainian version of ISIS too, and which, by the way, will also send back radicals into Europe itself. Like, it's a nightmare scenario.
And I bring up this point even before, Kissinger made a statement today. He's been on record saying we should not expand NATO at various points.
I mean, to be fair, this is one thing that Alex Gendler and I agree on, or Gendler and I agree on, is there was no real threat of the U.S. expanding NATO to Ukraine anytime real soon.
No, there wasn't.
This was about something else. And the other thing that if people tell me the fourth generation thing, I'm like, when Finland and Sweden are gung-ho about joining NATO, and the only thing you got is, I mean, and yeah, by the way, we're going to sacrifice the Kurds for that. Just so you know, when that's happening, something's fucked up. Like, and I will also say for those in Europe who've been following along, their press has been more bloodthirsty about this than ours. And people are like, "Oh, the Europe's just a vassal state of the U.S." And I'm like, I don't think that's everything that's going on here. Like, it's never that simple.
I mean, the UK press is fucking insane.
Oh my God. Like, I've even been reading the liberal UK press and going, holy shit.
Yeah.
But when I was reading the Daily Mail, I was like, whoa. Like it was bad. I'm like, it actually makes even some of the US press during the Bush years look not that bad. Whoa. Like,
no, I seem to recall Mearsheimer in his talk about the Ukraine saying or sounding prescient on this, and basically his sentiment was that eventually if NATO keeps expanding, Russia, their position is going to be well, we don't think we can take Ukraine, but we're going to break it, so we're going to make it so chaotic that it would be undesirable for Western,
but
to let them
I don't
join
think anyone
NATO.
thought about, like, maybe that would have like mutual insanity effects. Like, because here's the thing, for all the weird speculation about Putin, I've never thought that, like, he has surprised me. This has been one of the times where I've thought, like, does he believe his own propaganda? But he's never struck me as international. He's been an incredibly competent, if evil, leader. And trust me, I'll take an evil leader who's competent over incompetent idealist any day.
Aside from like watching hypernormalization, I haven't been following recent events in Russia prior to this.
Russia handled COVID even worse than the U.S. did, even with a vaccine.
So that's what I'm wondering, is there something exceptionally desperate about the situation in Russia that sort of justifies some kind of drastic measure? I don't think it doesn't seem like there is. It doesn't make sense to me.
What do I think will happen? Someone's asking me what I think will happen when Sweden and Norway join NATO. And I'm like, well, if they join NATO quickly, Russia can't do much because it's an insured nuclear war. And despite what everyone thinks, and despite even promises of tactical nukes, everyone knows that almost every major city on Earth is ashes after that happens. And while Putin may believe that a world without Russia is not a world worth living in, I don't think he really believes that there will be a world without Russia, unless he does that.
There's nothing.
That.
Yeah,
our Poland does that. That's actually the person. That's actually the group that I'm the most worried about, not the U.S. But
I watched the whole documentary, the interview series with Putin and what's his name, Oliver Stone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand it's all calculated and it's theater. There's nothing that leads me to believe that man is completely fucking insane.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. But no, I never buy any leader as completely fucking insane. I mean, yes, it happens, but
Hitler gets pretty close.
Yeah. Do you start seeing a lot of people in their inner circle try to kill them? Is usually, and like that did happen with Hitler, by the way.
Right.
Like, do you see that? That's usually an indication that you might be dealing with a crazy person. You've never seen that with Putin.
No.
Like, and I don't believe any one man can be that powerful unless he's allowed to be, and he would be allowed to be by being competent. Like I can't, like, even who I've never been convinced of like the left reading of Russia. Like, I remember when Margaret Kimberly came on Zero Books in 2015, was talking about Putin as a left anti-imperialist, and I literally laughed. But that doesn't mean that I don't like respect game, right? Like
this is the only rational explanation for why a nuclear bomb hasn't been dropped.
Yeah,
since.
and that's why he didn't Grozny Kiev.
Yeah,
that's why he didn't Grozny Kiev. Like, I'm not because he doesn't need to drop a nuclear bomb. They could have, like, yes, the Russians would take heavy losses for doing it. Yes, they would, but if like that was our fear, right? That they would just turn Kiev to ash, like with conventional bombs, just Dresden it. If you want a Western comparison, and they could have. Now, I have been surprised at how bad at logistics from like, and I don't just think this is Western propaganda. That they've been in when the further they get from the east of Ukraine. So like they seem to have a ton of capacity in like Donbass and Luhansk, and in the area surrounding that. I don't see the ton of capacity once they get out of that region as far as like what we've seen so far, but we don't know. They're also not throwing everything at this yet.
No, they're not. This could go on for years.
But some people have been telling me that like, oh, Russia might do guns and butter and the West will starve for liberty. And I'm just like, Russia's not doing guns and butter. Russia has food. They don't have to worry about that, but so do we. Like, if we really have to, we could drop our stupid ethanol bullshit, start telling people to eat less beef.
It would require
relatively little, actually.
I mean, I like my beef, but it would not be fun. It would require some restructuring. But
restructuring will come, comrade. You will be eating bugs in the future.
I did see your tweet about bugs. Yeah.
This is, sorry,
I'll get used to it.
Bugs are good, man. Well, some bugs are good. Some bugs are really gross, but crickets actually taste pretty good.
Crickets are maybe the one I might try.
Someone's like, just beef. Most of the corn feed goes into meat, and the great majority of it goes into beef because beef is so intensive. Beefy. I mean, like, guys, if you really want to like even if you wanted to eat red meat, pork and mutton, way more efficient than beef is like the most stupidly inefficient. Yes, you get massive tons of it per animal, but it's kind of a nightmare in the efficiency to feed ratio.
The only reason we still do it is because it tastes so good.
Settlers leading by 4%, 90% percent. Where are we at? Let me look this up real fast. So I'm not a moron. Oh, Henry Cellular, United States Representative of Texas. Abortion focus Texas primary. Oh, Democratic Party. So maybe the abortion stuff is working for them. Great. Lovely.
We got to get that blue wave finally.
You know what I would like? I would like a red wave. A red wave of...
A true red wave.
Of socialist. With our flags dipped in the metaphorical blood of our enemies.
Well, you were confused about why Stalinists like you. I think you're touching on it now.
That I believe in stuff like revenge.
Yeah, in a party.
Actually, I think we're way premature for a party.
But honestly, it's a goal.
My goal is actually cancel communism, but I'll take a party to get there. Like, my goal is cybernetically plan cancel communism, but like right. I'm a Paul Matic fan, but yes, I mean, you don't get there by like just hoping and like doing like town hall communism. That's not what I mean by that. Like, I like to remind people there were even syndicalists in the CPUSA, which is wild. I mean, that's wild to me. I don't really understand how you justified that, but it was a thing. And I also, I mean, like, look, as much as I hate it, and as much as I think most Stalinists are social democrat edgelords who just think that you should do social democracy with a gun as opposed to social democracy by asking nicely.
That's basically what Stalinism is anyway.
It wasn't actually totally in the 30s. Like, let's be totally fair. Like, third period Stalinism is actually very different than post World War II Stalinism. But anyway,
Okay.
This director does mass conscription. Do they have any hardware left? They'll have some. I have no idea, guys. Like, the thing is, I can't answer logistics questions like that, where I'm not even sure the U.S. military people talking to me that I read about it. Like,
why would they disclose that?
Yeah, I mean, I've read some analysts who are on the more liberal side of things who've been right, but even they've been like, we don't really know what hardware they have. We suspect they have way more than they're using, but their logistics trains seem off, and we don't understand why, other than they didn't do stuff with mud. Yeah, they're bringing out the T62s now. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it's surprising because the left says they're all burnt out on electoralism, but progs are kind of rebased and citrus, but very slowly. The problem is, though, is that when the progs, we went through a cycle of this in the 80s, right? I know we forget this, but like Nancy Pelosi was basically the AOC out of California in the late 70s.
Right.
Even to she was kind of presented as a quasi person of color being an Italian American.
Oh, that's funny.
You know,
this is this is the trend of recuperation.
Yeah.
With progressives, the progressive to centrist pipeline.
I do think you will see more progressive policies just because they are more popular. And I think here's what I'm going to tell you. The conservatives in power will be less reactionary than the conservatives right now when it comes to economic stuff, like they were under Trump. They caved on a lot of shit. In fact, they did under Bush too. We forget that, like, Bush sent everybody a fucking check in 2006. The people forget this. It was like a couple $100. It didn't do much. I think I put it in. I think I paid off debt with it. But in fact, I know I paid off debt with it because my in the aughts, my bank account was perpetually in the negative. But today, if you guys have listened for this and I should have known it was going to be a 4-hour conversation, Dave. I'm going to have you come on more, and we're going to try to talk for less.
Holy crap!
Yeah, we do this. This is bad.
It went by quickly, and I had a big meatball sub before this. Speaking of beef, and I think it powered me through.
Yeah, we're bad about it. Well, the thing is, we talk about everything. Like, you're the only person that comes on the show to talk about art. That's going to change, guys. I am having editors and poets come on in the future because I can't talk about this all the time and not feel like I'm becoming paranoid. Today, I'm like, are we going to run out of food? I have a victory garden in the backyard. Do I need to pick up a gun again? I gave up my guns because I don't like the idea of killing people anymore. And for those people who don't know, I used to carry like all the time.
Yeah.
Which weird. This is a fun thing about Utah. This is true. Have I told you this? As a teacher, because I have a concealed carry license, which I do, I just don't choose to use it. I don't even have a gun right now. I probably shouldn't say that, but I have a bunch of knives.
That'll protect you.
It probably will, actually, as much as a gun will with that kind of. Anyway, what I would say about this is every now and then, like during the height of 2001, when everybody was going crazy, and I was like, if I see what people predict will happen after January 6th, and you start seeing like armed militias, I will go get the bolt action. Like, and I'm not going to be an idiot playing with an AR-15 in the street, I'm going to be in my house in a tower with a bolt action rifle, which I know how to use. like
the crow's nest.
And I'll get a handgun. And then I'm like, but that's not going to happen. And I don't really like, if we're not actually there, and also like ammo is real expensive right now because everybody thinks they're in this weird war games land. So I don't know. I'll just grow my herb garden, which can probably do some damage. And be okay. And yeah, I used to keep it. If shotgun is a traditional home defense, and that's what I used to have. And when I used to get harassed by students when I was in Georgia, I had assault shotgun, which I never used, but always had.
I have a 45, and the reason I did that is because it's subsonic. It doesn't go through walls. It's purely for home defense. I don't want to hurt anybody.
But it is really fucking big.
Oh yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I actually talk about like so here's what I was going to say. In Utah, I can concealed carry on campus, but I can't break up a fight. True story. Which I'm kind of glad at. In Georgia, I was actually told to break up fights all the time. And like, we were indemnified, but we occasionally not intentionally, but kids would like struggle and they'd like pull their shoulder out and stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure it happens all the time. Yeah.
It doesn't happen so much anymore because we have people specially trained to de-escalate now. And I think that's good.
That's good.
But it's weird because we go like the entire Utah school system does that. And we're certified to like break up a fight. But on my own, with just a concealed carry permit, I can carry any gun that I can hide on campus legally.
It's mind blowing.
Now, for all the people, all my liberals who thought this would equal to total fall of civilization and kids getting shot all the time, it has not. It also has not stopped a single school shooting. The only thing that has happened is a teacher once shot herself in the bathroom in a kindergarten.
Right.
In the foot. She didn't even hurt herself that bad. She blew off a toe. I'm not a college teacher, guys. I used to be a college professor. I've been a high school teacher for 10 years.
It is kind of interesting that you do not hear about like shootings in college lecture halls.
Well, I mean, other than University of Virginia.
Oh, that's true.
It has happened.
Forgot about that one. It's far more common though in school, like public schools. You
know when that was the most common in public school? The 1980s.
See, I've seen memes about this.
And you know why you didn't hear about it? Because it was gang violence of color.
Yeah.
But that's like, even when I was in high school, like 4 years before Columbine happened my senior year in high school. The most violent thing that happened in my high school was actually a gang fight when another gang came in with with bottle shards they broke on the wall and shanked a kid like several times in the hall. He lived through it, but and they just walked in. So after that, we got metal detectors, spy cameras, the works. We had IDs we had to wear. And on our school, like I went out here in the West, they actually don't look like prisons, but in Georgia, the schools look like fucking prisons. Like, and I know because I used to work in a prison. I know what they look like. Like we had razor wire fencing around the school. We had closed campuses. We had research. And I was freaked out about this. We had resource officers with weapons, and I was like, we don't even have resource officers with weapons in a prison. Like you have tower guards, but no ground guard has anything more than a taser or a nightstick for their own safety. Like I remember thinking about this, and I was like, okay, like this would never happen. But you want me as a teacher to have a gun in a classroom of 30 kids if for some reason you had just 30 kids just in a school of 1,000 decide to take that gun from me, I would not be able to get rid of more than a few of them, which is, I don't want to think about that, by the way. I do not want to have to think about that. I do not want to have to think about being in a situation when I have to shoot a kid. Ever.
Yeah.
For any reason.
in general, that is why I do not carry. Not just the kid thing, but just because I feel like in any given public situation, it just escalates the stakes needlessly.
That's what I said. Even if I had a subsonic gun in a school building, some of the walls are brick, some of the walls are standard, some of them are plyboard. I do
Right.
not know where that bullet's going to actually go.
Yeah.
I don't. Like, and I absolutely do not, in any situation that involves fucking children, even crazed children, want to have the capacity to be in the situation where I might have to do that. Like, and anyone who thinks they want to do that, that's just nuts to me. Like, who do you think you're helping? You know, like, I have a hard enough time that schools look like prisons as a teacher. And all teachers are like, when teachers are cops. It's not true, but we all kind of have cop-like tendencies. And it's not something we go into the profession with. It is literally the way it's set up. Like,
it's adaptive.
Like I'm a control freak now. I didn't used to be. And I don't work with kids in a classroom anymore. I'm an e-lecturer and curriculum designer. I work with 250 kids, but I work with them through Zoom, and they can come to my office and visit me one-on-one. And I work at a public school. This program was started during COVID to allow the kinds of things some mid-tier private schools had, but to allow kids, if they wanted to, once COVID got better, and now we're in that phase supposedly, where they could come in and get physical help from me a couple days a week, so I'm not always working from home.
That actually sounds good.
Getting rid of compulsory education means lowering school shooting. I mean, it would mean a lot of things. Probably won't mean lowering shootings in general, though.
It would mean the mass lumpenization of all children.
Well, here's what I'm afraid of. This was a nightmare scenario somebody was telling me the other day. What if in the U.S., instead of opening the borders, they decide to not lead to high unemployment, but drive down wages, and then also undo all the school rules so that we allow child labor down to 12 again?
Legalize child labor.
Yeah.
There we go. I do think I read that, in Millennium Park in Chicago, there was a shooting, I think it was a few weeks ago, and now they are, a kid got shot, and now they're instituting curfews for Thursday through Sunday. No minors can come into Millennium Park unaccompanied. They need to be with a parent or guardian, and they are they're going to put in metal detectors. It's so fucking bleak.
I've lived in societies where there's metal detectors everywhere. I mean, in Egypt there was. Like, you went into a shopping mall, we had to get frisked.
Or actually, okay. To be fair, they're doing the wand thing. They don't have. They're not going to have like
the old school big.
Yeah.
But
you're going to have choke points. I don't know if you've ever been to Millennium Park, but it's.
I don't know, man. It's. I mean, it's so awful.
They're basically just punishing the entire population.
Yeah, and they always do that. Like in Macon, Georgia, and when I lived there, like when there was a rash of racially motivated gang shootings where a mostly black gang was killing South Asians for some reason, for some racial reason, and even the NAACP, which was wild that they endorsed this, called for like a total neighborhood shutdown. I'm like, it's like 5 kids. I mean, they're not kids; they're like 19-year-olds. But like how big a problem is this? Well, I mean, it was a big problem. It's a poor lumpenized neighborhood, and what I used to tell people is, like, living in that area of Georgia, when you guys talk about when liberals talk about non-gentrification, but you don't talk about what else it looks like in America without some massive infrastructure, non-gentrification looks like hell land.
Yeah.
Like So you either need to stop just talking about the gentrification and start dealing with the social policies that lead to it, which is not gentrification itself, which is like housing equalization, And I also I don't think a lot of stuff like rent control, I don't believe really works. There is a real sense. It's hard to know which comes first, but rent control only really exists in places with really rich populations, and they have perverse incentives about like eviction and whatnot because of it. So public housing works, but we have long since given up on that. We've done,
I think they should rent
control only works if it's done everywhere on the planet. Yeah, I would agree.
You just have to. It has to be.
It has to be across.
Uniform.
It would work across the board, yes, but it's never done that way.
No, and if you can do that, you might as well just eliminate property rights altogether.
Oh, landlords increase prices everywhere. But what I find interesting is in rent controls, price increases are more opportunistic. And I've even seen that in countries that had rent control. Like Egypt has rent control. It has some actually pretty interesting and somewhat weird rent control laws. But if you got your apartment at the right place and stayed in it for decades, it's still at 1969 rent. But it led to weird stuff. But yeah, landlords will increase prices, yes, everywhere they can, and particularly any place that's not rent control is gonna see.
I was quite surprised. We live in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Mm-hmm. You podcast out of that?
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry you've been lumpinized.
My neighbors are pretty quiet. I'm working. I'm not lumpinized. I have a job.
You can be lumpinized and have a job. I'm kidding.
So, yeah, I'm wondering where you're going with that.
No. But my brother has a job and he's been lumpinized. If you have to sometimes dip into the informal economy, you've been lumpinized. Survive.
I see what you mean. I suppose my YouTube income.
That's not informal. That's great. I mean, it is informal, but it's I know what that is. I have a successful podcast.
It's hustling.
And I would be on minimum. I would be making minimum wage if I lived off my podcast.
Oh yeah. Exactly. I'm not living off of that.
I don't know why people do that. I was actually thinking about that. Why are people hustling to make what is it about the cachet of this that people will do really unethical things for and try to live off this?
I think about
this
why,
has always
why
been a
I
hobby
still do
for
it.
me.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been introspecting about that.
I just don't. I like talking to people, and I don't shut the fuck up. But
in theory, I like talking to people. My podcast is sort of on hiatus. If I ever start it up again, I'll be sure to have you on.
You've been doing your YouTube show though for a while, which everyone should check out if you haven't. You are epically larger than me on the YouTubes.
I am in some sense. In another sense, I've hit a plateau, and the algorithm I feel is I've fallen out of favor with the algorithm.
The algorithm wars don't like me because this is not monetized. I am purely Patreon driven. I don't make any money from YouTube, and people are complaining now that I have weird buffering stuff in my show now, and I'm I don't know why. I suspect it's because I'm not monetized. I'm over 1,000. I've chosen not to be monetized, so they can never censor me.
I don't think I've noticed that. Oh, but you were talking about rent. All I was going to say is our rent went up $20.
Wow.
It's making it hard to justify leaving.
Yeah, I would not. I'm in a house right now that I rent from an awesome yoga mom who doesn't live anywhere near me. And she knows what her mortgage is, and she kind of knows what the going rate was 5 years ago. And she charges more than that, but not going rent at all. And she gave me a 3-year lease with And in Utah, you don't have to a 1 month buyout clause, because in Utah, legally, they can hit you if you leave with whatever's left on the lease, which sucks.
Amongst the
So-
property class, this woman is a saint.
Yeah. I mean, she's a yoga mom.
I've tried to speculate about.
There are you
Like-
always have these people, but the thing is, if they die or something, like, you're
Right.
totally screwed. Because
But we live in a big apartment complex, and I'm like, why are they not raising the rent higher? What's going on?
I don't know. That's weird. Man,
Yeah, but
when
I'm not
everybody
gonna
was
complain.
freaking out about not raising rents in the beginning of COVID, I got more than a raise of $20.
Our rent has gone up $20 every year since we've lived here, and it's that was in, I think we moved in like 2014, so it's like, yeah, we've been priced out of the housing market, so it's really hard to justify leaving here,
Yeah.
even though we're really growing out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is middle class problems, but yeah, what I was going to tell you is, even with the settlement with my ex, who is a great person and we're still friends. So before anyone like speculates about that, there's a lot of weird. One of the things I've noticed about being a YouTube celebrity is people speculate about your personal life a lot, even when you don't talk about it. So I've started talking about it so they stop.
Yeah.
The less I talked about it, it was like, Varn is a wife man. The speculations about my sexuality are wild.
I think that's probably more common amongst the like political subset of YouTubers, political and maybe like Twitch streamers too.
Yeah, someone was like, you need to come out as like, whatever your sexuality is. So, unless you're just bored and all straight. And I will say, like, I'm not. Like, I've said it on like, I don't believe in sexuality. Like, that's another thing that I'm big on. It, like, people think it's like kind of old fashioned, but I just don't. I think sexuality, like, people's sexuality, even male sexuality, is fluid over the course of a life. It is controlled by both social and hormonal influences. I don't think people like just choose it. But it's also not like if someone's asked me, like, do you identify as bisexual? And I'm like, no, not really. But like, I've had male partners at different points in my life.
And you think that the bisexual label maybe just reifies something that you don't think is real?
Yeah, like I don't think like that. I have no, like, at this point in my life, I do not like see myself, like, ever, finding a male partner. And some people might say that's cowardice. It's just, for me, it's just like, I've been happier with women. And and that's after 2 divorces. So,
that says something.
Well, I think I'm one of the only people that I've known who became more of a feminist after his divorces each time.
That is
which
very
is
strange.
Weird. Which,
Yeah.
and even I admit it's weird. I don't understand it. There's something like, maybe I just hate men that much. But which would be odd for a leftist, because like a leftist pretty much deals with, it's like it's either the queer gaggle or the male gaggle. Like, or in activist spaces, there's a lot of both trans and cis women, but in like the media space, it's overwhelmingly male, or are women who will out male you. Like, and I don't mean, and they need also, frankly, are usually more conventionally attractive than like the general population. That's a sexy thing then of itself, right? Like, oh, you have to be, relatively conventionally hot, super smart, and out willing to dude bro a dude to be a media figure in the left space, as opposed to like the cultural space, which even in nerd culture is gotten way more diverse than this.
Definitely.
Yeah, and yes, someone's like, I have the same opinion as Gore Vidal on sexuality. Yes, except I think he probably was closer to mid than I am. But there's a lot of speculation about this stuff, right? And I just don't know why it's important. Like,
Why it's
I mean,
important with respect to you personally?
yeah, to me personally, like
Yeah,
you're
it's
not
not.
gonna hit on me. Like, I don't date fans. like I'm not I'm not a cute e-girl or e-boy or I'm not I'm not even Michael Brooks. You're not gonna crush on me. Why do you care? Like, I look like a Sopranos character. Like,
there's an appeal to that.
yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, yes, I don't have trouble getting dates, but that's not the point.
That's I think it is it must be the parasocial thing, especially since you do these long form conversations, and people probably watch, if they are a fan of you, they probably listen to you at least a couple hours a week.
What's been interesting? So the most interesting relationship that I have had from being a parasocial figure is a number of young men who come out to me. Like, that's actually happened multiple times. Not like declaring their love for me. I'm not their romantic interest, but they're like, I've had several young male leftists who's like, particularly if they're in like their early 20s, they'll approach me as like the guy they think is a straight guy who they feel like they can come out to. That's happened at least 5 times. And I don't know why that is. I don't feel like I'm particularly nurturing to a lot of, like, I talked to my friend John Michael Cologne, who's queer AF, and he was like, I always thought you were a wife dude. Like, and I'm like, well, I mean, I was married and I mostly am with women, and so yes,
you are then, but there's another side of it too.
But and then it was like, well, why don't you talk about it more? And I'm like, well, for one, like, I do think compared to most queer culture now, I code very straight. Like, but I think that's cultural, honestly. But I also think a lot of times, a lot of these young men like they actually do want someone who is different from them, who will probably accept them. And I don't like, and I'm also like, I'm not like, young people gross me out. Like, and like, which is also a weird relationship I have with my audience, because I was like, I don't hang out with people under 35. Like I hang out with students, but that's my job.
Yeah,
and
you get paid to do that.
Yeah, and also, like, I'm a caregiver, so like I see them as people for who are in my care. There's a power imbalance. We're not friends. We cannot be friends. Like, I'm friends with my students years later, but like, I am friends with former students. But my students, like, they are not my children, because that's also weird. But like, I'm a mentor figure to them.
Yeah.
Like, and with my audience, it's not that either. I mean, yes, I have several educational focus, but they are potentially my peers. But a lot of them are like, somebody like, yeah, I'm super young. And I'm like, somebody's like, I'm 19 and I've been listening to you for 5 years. And I'm like, you found me at 15?
Yeah.
What did you understand at 15?
Right.
Like,
that's very interesting. Have you ever broken out the demographics on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's actually the key age group is 25 to 34.
That makes sense.
It is less male than it used to be. It used to be 100% male. Now it's something like 85% male, and my Patreon's gotten more and more female. And my also, according to Google stats, and I don't know how much I can trust this, I have a pretty diverse audience of in terms of race. I'm pretty popular in Latin quarters, which is interesting. And I don't know if it's all the Mexico talk or the fact that I am ethnically ambiguously white. I
think there's just an enormous Latin population that is over the past maybe 10 years or so, just like starting to like get on YouTube.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, and even you know, and I do like do interviews with people in Latin America all the time, so that would also probably be a part of it. I one thing that I am very self-conscious about is like I don't go out of my way to get women on my show, even though I do actually specifically target women, but I tend to target older women who are academics, and the reason why is my audience doesn't sexualize them. And my audience is pretty good about it, but like even when I did a show with you know, I've had several people on and when I've had like several trans women on actually, but when it was obvious, people have been weirder in the comment section. And I have noticed it. I have not like gone, you know, nuclear on it because I think that would actually maybe make it worse.
It's one of those things where even if it's like 5% of your audience, it creates a vibe.
Yeah. So, but I have been more trying, like, that's the one thing, like, I feel like I have a fair amount of diversity of race and ethnic background, even though there's a lot of whiteys because that's the left in America. But, you know, I have increasing number of Black guests. There will be more in the future. I have a lot of, you know, people who are immigrant background. I have a lot of people who aren't from the United States. And I want to continue that. Like, that's important to me. Not because of like even superficial stuff. It's just like if you want to hear what other people really believe, you have to actually fucking talk to those people. And yeah, that got weird. Someone's talking about me and yuck, gross. I'm not even gonna read that. Sometimes the stream does weird things with your head.
Well, all I'm thinking is
it's time to go.
You made your you said you look like a Sopranos character, and now I can't unsee that.
Yeah, don't I?
You look like AJ Soprano.
Yeah, I do. And
like an adult AJ Soprano.
And when I was bigger, because I used to be well over 300 pounds. Which I haven't ever been on YouTube. I gained like 20 pounds during COVID, but
you were on Thaddeus Russell's podcast.
Yeah,
and he showed a picture of you.
And he like I'd actually lost 100 pounds, and he put like the biggest picture of me he could find on the fucking internet. I don't know why he did that. I guess because it was full body, but like,
so you just hate leftists?
I don't know. I mean, like,
he didn't sound like he did.
No, Thaddeus apparently likes me more than like I know, even though I haven't spoken to him in years.
I just remember seeing that picture, and I was like, that doesn't even look like you.
Yeah, I used to be even bigger than that. I'd actually lost 50 pounds in that picture.
It looks like a totally different person.
I have gained weight during COVID, unfortunately, like every fucking body, I guess. But
yeah, I have too.
But you know what though, like, yeah, it's interesting. But before when I started doing podcasts, I would never have filmed on camera because I was well over 300 pounds. And I looked like Big Polly. Like, if you took like Nathan Lane, and an old Italian guy and crushed them together and gave them Jewish hair, that was me.
I'm just thinking that could work. That could work for a streamer personality.
It could, but I didn't like looking at myself, man. So it's like, as far as libertarians go, that is the least infuriating. Like, yeah. He's also really nice in person, by the way. Which is weird because he does actually gotcha. So his interviewing style is to make you go in person without anything, and he tries to ask you questions that'll trip you up.
I could see that.
Like he does that, but
I gotta-
he's really
I-
nice about it.
I gotta at least respect him for going on Joe Rogan and trying to challenge him on his ideas of the gender binary.
Yeah, because he doesn't like because Dad doesn't care about that shit at all. Like
Right.
Dad's like really like he's really into talking about like gay black men in central Georgia. Like we had this long conversation about queer culture in Macon, and like black queer culture in Macon, all Little Richard and stuff. Like, you know, and he's never been into that.
And
it's
he's like,
actually funny because Dad pushed back on Joe Rogan more than my boy Ben did.
I was gonna say I could pull up the tweet. I pointed that out when Ben came on went on Joe Rogan. Is I pointed out Thaddeus Russell, a libertarian, did a better job of challenging Joe Rogan on that particular issue than a socialist.
Yeah, it's very weird.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Thaddeus Russell is just really sharp, and he's sort of like this idiosyncratic postmodern.
Yeah, I mean he's a
libertarian.
Foucauldian. He's a Foucauldian
Yeah.
who like doesn't try to be a Maoist too, which is
Right.
always been the weird thing about Foucault. I was like, but you're a Maoist, but you also wrote good things about neoliberals, and you don't really believe in Marx. I don't understand your politics.
His politics are incoherent.
Good old Foucault. Oh yeah, yeah. People are talking about Ben. Ben is a personal friend of mine. I knew him before he was famous. He and I met Michael Brooks at the same time. Michael Brooks thought I was too combative. I mean, I was still friends with Michael, but
you don't align with him politically.
No, I actually told him that his political like I actually said, like, look, I think you're a reformist sellout. You're probably going to be one of the least damaging reformist sellouts.
Yeah.
And a lot of the advice you give people is actually good. And you care about foreign politics, even though you're not always discerning on it. Like his stuff on Lula was really naive, but he cared about it at all, which was weird for the American left at the time. Because one of the things I remember in the early period of the DSA uprisings, like people shut up and never talked about foreign politics for a while. Like that was weird. Like
now it's all they're talking about.
Well, yeah, you know why I think that is.
Because they can't do anything here.
Because they can't do anything about it. They can't do anything here. They're not even like, if you look at what the DSA is doing, like, and I'm supposed to do a whole show on this on This Is Revolution soon, which I'm kind of worried about. But because like I might start a lot of fires with this, but I'm like, look, like there are things that you could do anti-imperial and not protest, whatever. Like I'm not saying they're meaningless, but they have very rarely been meaningful in an international context. Let me put it that way. But one of the things that I've said is like, look at what they did to the BDS committee. And then when they even though they eventually the popular base won and it didn't get reinstated, which tells you that they're okay with the IC making inflammatory statements as long as it's not something that anybody in Congress who's a candidate the DSA has potentially endorsed could actually act on.
Right.
Then that, so like you can be as wildly anti-imperial as you want because you can't act on it.
Yeah, you're not a threat.
You're not a threat. And this was actually a strategy of like the worst period of the CP, of the Communist Party in the United States. They did that shit too. Like, this is not even, it's not a new thing. I don't even think it's conscious, but you feel like something, like you feel like you have to say something. It's something you say something about. And as long as if you step on any of the candidates' toes, you'll feel it because you don't have the power leverage there. They do. But if something that they don't care about, they're just going to let you say it. Like, you can say the most outlandish thing you want to. Like, Ilhan Omar might even agree with you. Fuck. Like, yeah. But yeah, Ben is circumcised 2014. Yeah. But Ben has been nicer to, like, Ben and I are very cordial in public, and I actually will say Ben is a very sincere person. This is not an act. Like, in fact, sometimes I wish it was. It's not an act. He is who he says he is. He is not fooling you. He believes we could all get along. And he believes we should talk to our ideological competitors, which I actually agree with him. He believes we should debate our ideological competitors, which I think is a trap.
Yes.
But he's a really nice guy, and he's loyal. We still talk. He comes on my show. I come on his. He is not cynical. He's not getting, like, he's grifting. Like, he's grifting in the sense that, like, he's hustling. Let me, not grifting, not the right way. Say it. Like, I know he makes, like, me as a teacher with a podcast, I do better than him. Like, not more than his family. Like, his wife has a pretty stable position, but as a professor who has to, like, churn all the time and churn articles all the time, like, he's thoroughly middle class. Don't get me wrong. And he's got connections I don't have, but I know that, like if we were to, like, expose our tax stuff, I'm doing slightly better than him, and it's kind of sad sometimes, because it's just like I wouldn't hustle that much for that.
Yeah, I never took him to be a cynical.
Yeah, he's absolutely
actor.
not. He's not. Some people do, but he comes off differently on Twitter. I think, like, he comes off as smug on Twitter in a way that I don't think, if you know him, he actually comes off.
I remember the whole canceling comedians arc in that book.
Yeah, I warned him about that book.
I was sick of that whole discourse then. Of course, now we're doing it again.
We're doing it like, I was sick of that discourse when we were still calling it call-out culture.
Right. Yeah.
Like...
Yeah, 2013, 2014.
Yeah, I was already tired of it when I went through my time period of complaining about that when I complained about Suey Park, which I did. Like I thought that was but then, like, what happened to her later on, which she basically got forced into being a church lady, which is funny.
Yeah. What can you say? People go in some strange directions.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. I was thinking about all the people I organized with and did stuff online with, and this, that, and the other in the early teens, like before Obama, back in, or during the Obama years, and when I got into the left, which was right before that. So many of them went on wild political journeys. Like, some of them ended up very far right wingers. Some of them ended up a lot of them ended up standard liberals. Some of them have, ended up all kinds of places. It's actually weird now that it's good in a way. Like, the only thing that I think is good that's come out of this left resurgence that has largely not mattered, like, at all. Except you did what I was afraid you. Not my audience, but the left as a whole did what I was afraid it was going to do, which was to give the Democrats an appearance of vitality and opposition, and then help them gain power, and then totally liquidate their oppositional stance as soon as the Dems have power, which I don't think is true for individual leftists. Actually, there's a lot of opposition to Democrats on the far left, but institutionally, very little. I mean, the DSA is not, for all the dirtbag left complaining, the DSA has been pretty fucking loyal. And Jacobin, might be like, hey guys, you guys are being hypocrites again, but at the same time, like, they're literally the Nation magazine now, so, like, there's no fucking difference anymore. Which would be
quite remarkable to see, like, the Nation or Jacobin just advocate for a dirty break.
Yeah, which is funny because I thought the dirty break was milquetoast. Right?
It is, but like, in a sense, it's the
most now radical feels like thing. A radical horizon, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, people were talking about the freakouts about the left and the Ukraine makes it feel like the early days of the Civil War because everyone's politics gets scrambled whenever there's a geopolitical thing.
People talk about this threat of civil war in the United States, and I just think
that's a joke.
There's not enough social cohesion to even get people
our political cohesion. Like civil wars require actual armies. That's what I'm saying. Like
right.
The U.S. military would put down anything that was organized in a second. Like,
oh yeah.
And if it's disorganized, it's not a civil war. It's days of lead shit. Which I actually, and when you actually push the liberals talking about this, they'll actually admit that that's what they mean. That they're using civil war to mean something not civil war. They mean like
stochastic.
They mean stochastic terrorism that's ideologically motivated with two sides.
And that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, we're beginning to see that. But I mean, that frog can boil for a long time.
Sure. And
we've lived in a time period of more stochastic, like when they actually killed leaders. Like if people forget how many bombings there were between 65 and 75.
It's almost ubiquitously from the right too. I mean,
yeah. Well, the left in the time period of bombings blew up a lot of buildings in themselves.
Well, you heard the story about the guy who self-immolated recently.
Oh God! Don't be that kind of martyr. You don't even get remembered that long.
No, they hardly even talked about it. They did not.
You know, it's like the third time that's happened in the last decade.
The news story I read did not even go into why he did it.
Yeah, someone's like, how effective was the 70s urban terrorism? Not effective at all. Like, not at all. Like,
counterproductive, if anything.
You had a lot of property damage by leftists. You had some terror campaigns by rightists because they tend to be more likely to kill people with their. I mean, what's crazy about the leaderless resistance stuff? That was invented by the left, but it's useless for what we want to do because we actually have to build stuff. But if all you're trying to do is scare people into the status quo or some reactionary thing, it doesn't really work for that either. But like you can kill people with it. So yeah. Someone's like, you get to be friends with Obama when he goes to college. Yeah, I mean, like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like Gene Kwan, the mayor of Oakland, was like not just a Maoist, but like of a radical faction of Maoists. I just want to point that out. Like, you know,
funny.
like, you know, and you know, this foray into actionism was part of what degenerated the Panthers, according to almost everyone in the Panthers too. Because it opened them up to informants, led to more fights with cops when they could get more of them killed. I'm
inclined to believe that as the general reason for why their decline. Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they decline, but yeah, that's a big one. And if you get too into that, you get into criminal activity and you get stuck doing that, like the FARC. like you know,
well, if I ever get tried for anything leftist radical related, they can clip this and, you know, I'm saying terrorism is counterproductive. Don't do it.
Yeah, well, yeah, don't be good, kids. Also, let's be honest, I don't trust you guys to do anything like that.
No, you'll fuck it up.
Like, dear God, don't do anything like that. And I'm sure some of you are responsible people who could handle force, but most of if Twitter is an indication of the mental state that a lot of people are in, actually, I'm not worried about any side, to be honest. Like, yeah. Self-immolation. All my life, that Buddhist monk on fire was explained as both a fact and fiction of some kind of anti-U.S. protest. I never heard of the fact that the fiction that Dim was banning Buddhist Dim was banning Buddhist holidays because he was a Catholic, and they weren't actually they were protesting the U.S. supporting Dim. They weren't actually even pro the Viet Cong, and it's like and it wasn't a peace protest. Like it's totally decontextualized. What even have there been left-wing violence in the last 20 years? Dorner and that one guy who shot at a couple of Republican senators,
Right.
arguably. But he didn't kill anybody. I think he hit somebody, but I don't think he killed anyone. No, left-wing violence is a thing of the 70s, man. The baseball guy, exactly. I was just thinking about that. I can't remember his name, which tells you how effective he was. That's Dorner and the ball game guy. That's what you got. Steve Solis, yeah.
You might see a little bit of it now that, I mean,
there was if we look at during the George Floyd, there were several people killed, by armed leftists and by armed rightists. More people killed leftists, and it didn't even make the news, because it wasn't like a Rittenhouse thing. It was usually one person at a time.
Right.
A lot of people died during that, actually, not like tons, but it's actually remarkable how little. God damn it! It's another fucking porn bot. YouTube, you're getting shitty at this. Why has there been so little left-wing violence? Well,
we're smarter than them.
Well, I mean, also, if you're trying to build something, random violence, because it's not like the right-wingers have been hitting important people.
Right.
Random violence is not effective for building shit.
No. Most people on the left correctly understand it's totally counterproductive.
Right. I mean, and you think about what happened with the Red Underground, all they really killed was themselves. Literally, they blew up themselves back.
They occasionally made headlines, and how did that work out?
The Panthers got in firefights with cops, but in almost all cases, the cops would kill way more Panthers than they would have cops.
Or they would I remember there's I read a story about there was a bombing in a theater, and in the theater next to them, they canceled the movie and made people go home, and people were upset that they couldn't watch the movie. It's there was just a bombing. That's how little they cared.
Gun laws in states where most leftists are make it very hard to get guns. Yeah, but most guns are actually ineffective terrorist violence anyway. Which, thank God, actually, we're not back in the height of bombing populated areas. Which I probably shouldn't say, because this stuff is copycat and eventually someone will be stupid.
Yeah, don't jinx us.
And of course it'll be, so you know what I'm really afraid of is not even it being political, is rando disgruntled people start bombing shit again. That's my nightmare. I don't need that.
That's the last thing we need.
We don't need more violence. I'm look, let me say that because I sound like a pacifist, but you don't need random uncontrolled violence.
No, okay? It's not going to help.
And even it's not like ISIS won with their lone wolf terrorist stuff either. They still got crushed. So, 70s were great for airline hijackings. Yeah, they just drop them off in Cuba and then they ransom the passengers back. And then the hijackers would get actually kind of sidelined in Cuba. That's a whole nother thing. They would go and defect, and then they would actually often get shitty appointment. Even the mafia in Naples moment got state cracking down on them when they started using bombs and hit squads. Yeah, you just in our state too. Guys, if someone's trying to provoke you to do a lot of random violence, they're probably a Fed.
No doubt.
And even if you're on the right, actually, it's increasingly because most people don't usually go there first. It takes a lot.
You have to have nothing else to lose.
Yeah, because you're probably going to die. That you do have to, that's got to be your equation, right? If you're in that mindset, your likelihood of survival is low. So you're probably fed. So, I think if you look at the Tamil bombings and, the Palestinian suicide bombers and stuff like that, it's definitely that equation, right? There's not a whole lot left.
Yeah, they're just in such a dire situation. They don't see any other
you know,
possible.
right. And also, like, it's not even irrational, because in an occupation calculus, the asymmetry of the odds actually favors the occupied, as long as the occupier is not willing to just genocide you.
Exactly.
Which unfortunately
That's not panning out. It's
not panning out. That all the occupiers aren't willing to just genocide you, and might even get away with it if they do it just slow enough.
Right. It can't be too obvious.
God, this is bringing me back to the episode I did a year ago with Cuba and Palestine, and even I was like, this is too dark for me. Like,
I like your conversations with Cuba.
Well, yeah, because even though when we talk about domestic politics, I'm like, you dirty Canadian social democrat. Like,
it's the
only time we've ever fought, like, we have total agreement on foreign policy. Well, not total, but we're close. And we totally talk, like, we believe the same things about the government officials. And then, like, when we talk about, like, how we fix it, it's like, we're kind of together. And then he's like, MMT Canada. And I'm like, no, I don't need your social demographic. Yeah, Algeria versus Palestine, exactly. It's so dark. It's so dark.
Someone's bringing up
Sinn Féin is doing really well out of legacy. The only example I can think of. Yeah, I think that. I mean, it's,
they just won too. Irish reunification. Here we go. Star Trek was right.
I hope so. Well, I mean, I know I have a lot of British fans, and I know everyone knows how I feel about the English, and it's not their fault that I have. This is one of the bigotries I allow myself, because they ruined the world, and they started, major set of colonial. I also feel like it's okay to hate the French, but only if you're not an American or British. And I'm an American, so it is not okay for me to hate the French. Everybody else.
Yeah. The reason Americans hate French is
always stupid.
Are not good.
Oh, it's just like, we're mad that they're not imperial enough, or at least not imperial in the places we want them to be imperial. We don't care that they're imperial in Africa. Whatever. But I don't feel as an American it's my duty to hate the French. But it is my duty to hate the British, and particularly the English. It is our only positive historical mission. It is to just make the British Empire look bad by being the incompetent fuck up descendants of them that still somehow has power, and why they make themselves increasingly irrelevant. A lot of people in my life were Anglophiles, and I don't understand that. And anyway, you can tell we're both getting punch drunk. It's like 12:30 where you're at, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because you're one time zone over. Are you people on the East Coast? What the hell are you doing? It's like 1:30 in the morning. Go to bed.
I usually go to bed around 1 or 2.
Me too. I gotta get up and go program some curriculum tomorrow. So it's 100 NYC. Why do I have NYC is the other place? Actually, no. The Bay Area is the other place. It's like places that I have disdain for. England, Paris, the Bay Area. I used to love the Bay Area, but it has been become a rich person's playground. I just can't deal with it.
We just took a little trip to NYC. It's my first time there, and it's the best food I ever had.
NYC is good food, and I actually like that. Like, if you compare your centers of American culture, I like there's a certain amount of NYC spite that I actually really appreciate. But the Brooklyn left really gets on my nerves. I'm sorry, guys. They just do. I know
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably go. Like I know I like do a show with Sean from the Antifada, and I'm gonna go to New York and have to hang out with them. And like,
He's cool.
yeah,
He's a bit of an outlier for the Brooklyn left because he's a left com, not a social democrat.
and he like Terry Tapp, also in New York, is a carpenter. So
And he's actually
yeah, I mean he is a college educated,
Yeah.
but he is a carpenter, so he works with his hands. And, you know, and so yeah, and I mean all the Antifada people have been great to me. And my friend Ross is in New York, and like I have a lot of friends in New York, but people are daring me in the stream. Actually, I should in the stream because my partner will stab me if I do
Yeah.
a 6 hour.
I think if we do it
stream.
any longer too, we'll probably start getting technical problems with you trying to like transfer this file over and whatnot.
Oh my god,
'Cause
yeah,
it's gonna be so big.
I'm gonna be downloading this and putting. At least my Patreons have to get it. That's gonna take forever. I'm guessing you're talking about Sankura and Dave. I actually don't know Sankura. Jamie Peck. Jamie Peck's super nice to me. She was really nice to me during my divorce, and she didn't have to be. She didn't know who the hell I was back then. And I'll just say that. I wouldn't trust
most radical.
contractors.
Jamie is the most radical voice on the Majority Report for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll leave it at that.
I'm just saying that's not an easy position to be in.
No, I have never understood what the triangulation that Sam Cedar of Air America fame was doing by having a quasi left com who became an actual left com of some variety, at least some weird social democratic semi left com hybrid. I don't know what that is, but that's what Jamie is. And Michael Brooks, and then a bunch of normie progressives on a show with a guy who is famous for doing a show with Mark Maron.
I don't think there was any calculus aside from like these people are professionals. They seem nice. And as you can see, there's a concerted shift back towards left liberalism after this.
Well, I think after
that class,
I don't know that it would have happened in the same way had Michael not passed.
Yeah,
but,
right.
And I mean, you know, everyone's grateful that you have Antifada, which is also kind of a weird show that's like two left coms and then like DSA people and sometimes Stalinist. It's a very strange dynamic over there. But everybody who does that show is super nice to me, so I kind of can't talk shit about New York, but I really want to.
No, I did not get a chance to visit Brooklyn. I think I'll save that for my next trip.
I'm gonna do poetry reading in New York sometime in the next year. I'm also gonna be doing a poetry reading in Georgia probably sometime in the next year, and I'll probably do one here in SLC. I have SLC fans. I am approachable. Like, you don't have to hide forever. Like you can, like I will meet people if you are if you want to get lunch. I won't even like ask you to pay. So, yeah. The Brooklyn left, as far as the media goes, just it's a bubble. I mean, that's my issue with it more than anything. The same with the California left is even more of a bubble, but they're not as concentrated in media. Yeah. COVID stuff. I haven't been off Manhattan in 2 years. Provincial. What am I missing? Brooklyn. No thanks. Yeah. The Brooklyn left died with Michael Brooks. Well, I mean, it probably didn't actually. Probably shouldn't. But anyway, with that, let's go to bed. Thank you for coming on, Dave. We talked about everything and nothing.
I think we covered a lot of territory.
Yeah, we did.
Horror movies, neo-feudalism,
actual feudalism, coming food crisis,
right?
My Love Life, Your Rent, I was weirdly personal with you, so there's that. Voorhees references caught. So we'll end in the library of infinite bullshit. And I will carve diamonds.
Sounds good. Good luck editing this.
Good luck for Paul editing this. This will go to my Patreon's raw. So you guys are going to get all 5 hours. Have fun with that. All right. Good night.
All right. Take care.
Let me end with the chill close. Boom.